All right. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's edition of the Paint and Chill stream. My name is Bruce. Today we have Joe from Biggus Geekus, also of the Big Geek Emporium, who has decided to come on with us as well because he's not been on my channel for this discussion, and I feel that I owe him that. I want him to talk about his new endeavor with the Big Geek Emporium, and I think this is something that anybody who is in the tabletop hobby needs to be aware of, and they need to be concerned about the current culture that's going on. And with that, Joe, go ahead. What is the Big Geek Emporium?
Well, I call it an alternative to Drive-Through RPG. It is a new, still a new store. It's only been live for what, a week and a day, something like that.
Not very long at all.
Not very long. I've been working on it for a few weeks, but I switched it on live last weekend. I think it's kind of a blur at this point. Maybe it's been 2 weeks. Anyway,
Okay.
it is for the download of tabletop RPG products, mostly, entirely at this point, indie products. And no one has approached me for anything bigger than nothing like Wizards or anybody like that, or even the tier down folks like Evil Hat. And, well, they're not going to want to.
We're not going to see Evil Hat, hopefully.
No, most likely not. Though, if they deign to post their things, I will sell them. I don't care. Anyway, and that is my mantra. If you want to sell on my site, as long as it is not illegal to distribute in the United States, then you can sell your stuff, and I will be happy to take a cut. It's not as big as Drive-Thru's cut. We undercut them by about 10%. I believe if 5 or 10%. If you're exclusive with Drive-Thru, we beat that by 5%. If you're not exclusive, we beat that by 10%. And we intend to lower that even further if our sales volumes go up. I haven't really decided on a hard statistic for that because this is all new. If it starts going gangbusters and it's there's lots of sales, and then I'm just going to flip the switch and it'll go down to 15% for me. I believe in the in free markets, and generally in a free market, prices go down or should go down if the market bears when volume goes up. So we'll see if that works out. I hope it does. I hope for everybody. That'll be better money for the vendors. It might bring prices down in general. We'll see. We might be able to brag that at Big Geek Emporium, everything here is cheaper than you can get anywhere else because of that one thing. We don't have print on demand yet, although I'm working on that. There's a few little issues with it. It's there's a lot of fiddly bits when you're dealing with what's called an API. Lulu will be the printer and distributor of those print-on-demand products, and I know some people have had issues with them, but I don't think you're going to find any printing service where you're going to have anything that's free of complaints. I've tried to get in touch with Lightning Source, I believe is the name of another one, and they have yet to say, "Hey, yeah, we'll take your business." But no, they don't want to take my business for some reason.
They give any reason why, or do they say that you're?
Oh, Just some boilerplate automatic email response. Oh, we're experiencing high volume. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Oh, hey Cal. Yeah, I'm hoping to get POD up in a week. If I can do it in a week, that'll be great. Also, just as an aside, Cal was on our podcast, Biggus Geekus, this past Tuesday. He commented there. He wasn't on it as a guest, but he commented there that he saw that we had 311 subscribers. Still says 310 to me. I think that must be some sort of YouTube weirdness where
YouTube gets kind of weird on the subscriber
with
count.
the subscriber count can be funky. We could actually have like 315 and it may still just look like 310 to us. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with how they do their census.
Yeah, because it can go up and down, and I can't. When someone subscribes, as long as their privacy isn't switched to where it doesn't notify me, then I see the subscriber. Hey, you have a new subscriber. Hey, you have a new subscriber. Sometimes it'll go up 2, 3, 4, 5, and I don't get any kind of notification.
Hey, Travis.
Well, you have a fan.
He says he wants me to have his baby. I'm probably biologically unable to help him with that, but
that's an unpopular opinion.
Yeah, I know. Probably have to go to Rumble after I said that now.
Yeah. But you'll be kicked to Rumble.
Yeah.
So
good.
So Big Geek Emporium. Right now we deal only in PDFs. Well, for gaming material, we can support any other kind of downloadable file. So just about anything.
So you could get a hold of like Instagram has a ton of these guys, various studios that do STL files.
Yeah, we could do that. I want to do that.
I'm looking forward to that pretty eagerly because I've got a group of players that they have these really nice $700, $1,000 3D printers, and they've turned into total snobs. They're like, I'm never buying another miniature from the store ever again. And
can get away with a sub $400.
Yeah, you can do what you want, but I mean,
yeah,
I want people to have good miniatures. That's the thing, and it doesn't matter to me, if you bought it STL or if you bought it from Reaper Miniatures or Games Workshop. Not my favorite people, but they do make a good line of miniatures, which atypically is consistently standard quality. They have set the standard in the miniature markets.
Okay, so yeah, when I said sub 400, that's a I can't remember the terminology, but there's two different kinds of 3D printers, and one uses an extrusion type method where it sets out lines and lines and lines, and it builds it up. And then you have another kind that is resin, which is a liquid.
Yes.
That it then, I guess it
kind of injection molds.
Well, it's not an injection mold, but it has some method of using resin, and that's two different kinds. And the resin figures, I believe you can get higher quality with. However, I believe there's more waste, and then there's the resin fumes. So I think the extrusion method, which I wish I remembered the terminology, but it just escapes me right now. I don't have one.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they're getting better, but I don't think they can really match the resin.
No.
But the resin printers, I think, are a higher dollar item there.
I'm not into it yet, and
me either.
And that's my big takeaway. I want to clear this desk first before I start buying again. I know. Yeah. Go ahead and laugh.
Is it ever going to be clear
though? I've only bought, since this year started, I think I've bought $90 of miniatures. And one of them was a box set from Reaper, which had a ton of these really badass dwarves called Crypt of the Dwarf King. And Reaper's And Reaper's methods are getting good enough to where I don't have a timetable for buying a printer yet for 3D work. I'm really just happy supporting another Texas business and giving them $100 every few months, mainly for paint and brushes.
Right. Well, 3D printer, you have to have a space for it, which
Yes.
should not be in living spaces because of the fumes.
Yes.
And it can get loud, from what I understand, depending on what model printer you get. So it's something that you put into a garage or a basement with good ventilation. And Papa Cotton, cinder block shells. My wife was totally in support of this. I think mainly because it was very inexpensive.
See, my friend Chris, who plays the druid Stian in my every other week game, he has a 3D printer, and whenever he's on screen, I'd say a good half the time you can hear it chugging away in the background.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quiet. It's
No.
not good.
Oh yeah, and it's time intensive too. These things, it's not like it's not like a Star Trek replicator where you hit a button and next thing you know you got your thing. It takes a long time to print one thing.
Yeah, it takes a while for him to do it. And he showed me that he did a dragon ship, which was about 14 inches by 10 inches by about another 12 inches high. It was like a galleon, but it had, instead of sails on it, it had these big red wings that were off the side of it. And he told me, he's like, the detail on it's good. It just took me about 9 days to print.
Yeah. That's pretty cool though.
Yeah.
If you have the patience for it and the space and a little extra money in the initial outlay, then, and you have a tech or DIY type of mentality, because it's not like plug and play. You don't just plug your machine in and it works.
No.
One issue I think I want to bring up regarding Big Geek Emporium is we've had, being a fledgling operation, we've had some issues with our downloads. It has mostly to do with it's on a shared host, shared server. The hosting provider is the current service level is a shared server. So we have to share resources, and I was doing this practically by myself. I had some people help me out with testing, but for programming and nuts and bolts type things, it was just me. Over the weekend or Friday night, was it Friday night or Saturday night? I think it was Saturday night. Yeah, okay. I contracted with some web dev folks that operate on the front end and back end, and they helped me hopefully solve the download issue with our current setup, which is really nice. Because it was every day I was saying, "Oh, I can't download my thing," and I had to try to figure out why I was doing that, why I was failing, and it seemed like the bigger files, like the one that you purchased, which you were able to successfully download and review. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. I can't wait to use some of that stuff in either my game or in another game, or just use that book by itself and start to do the slow roll of home rules, which we start adding.
Right. So yeah, hopefully they've solved the issue. I mean, it's the internet, so there's always going to be hiccups.
Yes.
If you have a problem downloading it initially, try it again. Close your browser, open a new browser window, try it again. That's how this stuff works. Once we get the site moved over to, I was initially thinking I needed to go to a dedicated server, which is very expensive. But there's a middle ground service that's called a virtual private server, where you still have dedicated resources instead of shared. So I may go that option fairly soon. But I have contracted with some web devs who are going to improve the not just the look of the site, but the operation as well. And they're going to help get POD off the ground. I'm not sure if they're going to help me out tonight or hopefully sometime soon. It's, you know, mine is not their only contract right now. So,
see, I was thinking about going to one of my local print shops here and just pricing, seeing how much Delvers would be for me to print it out just from a local standpoint. Because I'm thinking maybe, okay, if I go through Lulu, it might cost me $20 in shipping and handling. But if I go through somebody local, it might cost me $30, which $10 for the convenience of being able to drive down somewhere and then pick it up in a day or two. That sounds pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm not sure what, that's a pretty sizable book that Dave put out.
Yeah.
I can't remember the page count. It's like 400 or something, 350,
yeah,
400?
It's 400 pages, I believe.
400 pages. So that kind of book normally commands around $50 price tag in the store. So it's a $20 PDF. I'm thinking domestic shipping through Lulu, what I've seen would be about $4. Printing cost, I'm not sure about that, but I will find out. I think the whole shebang would add maybe $10, $12 to the $20 price tag at most.
That wouldn't be bad.
No,
that really wouldn't.
No, it would not be bad. I think most people would be happy with our prices, considering, especially our UK folks. I got contacted by one fella who was like, "Hey, I'm from the UK. I'm waiting for print on demand. What are your prices going to be?" And I told him what shipping was, and he was really happy. It's for UK shipping is under $4. So the advantage for Lulu is they have print shops and distribution worldwide. So we don't have to. It's not just an American-based company. Not solely, and so we don't have to worry about it getting printed here and then getting put on a slow boat in a shipping container going across the ocean. Instead, the ones and zeros will be shipped via the internet over to their print shop in the UK, and they'll print locally, which is awesome.
Just don't tell Lulu you know Max from Legion of Myth, and I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, I think that would be a bad idea.
I don't know what the hell he did or said. Maybe there's some adaptive employees over at Lulu's office in the UK.
You never know.
You never know. Somebody got butthurt. They heard his rant on wheelchairs or something.
Yeah, who knows? And maybe, you know, I pop off at the mouth too online and whatnot. So
I put a photograph, an altered photograph of a pineapple kneeling on a pizza, and I lost my Twitter account. So that it's not what was supposed to happen.
Right.
Calvin says, "Geez, yeah, that's cheap. I pay much more for shipping minis."
For minis, yeah. Is Cal a U.S. fellow? He's here in the U.S., isn't he?
I believe he's over in the West.
On the West Coast? The West Coast?
He's West Coast.
Okay, yeah.
Cal, are you on the West Coast?
And that is just regular mail. So there's multiple shipping options, but for us to offer good prices, I mean, if you want it really fast, you can pay $20 more to get it express or whatever, but I don't think it's worth it. Especially when you get the PDF bundled, you have the information on your computer. You can wait a week for the book. I'm not in that week isn't. Don't write that down in stone. I don't know what the turnover time is for when you place the order and when you get it in your hands. Mainly because we haven't sold any yet. I've barely cracked the API code, so we're going to do a test run and see how long it takes. I may not wait for the shipping to a vendor, because essentially what we're going to do is have a vendor or put their book up, that process initiates a printing and a shipping, because that's the requirement Lulu has. You have to print at least one time before you can do a reprint, which that is how the customer orders theirs, through a reprint process.
Okay.
So once we do that, I'll know, and I'll be able to tell folks. Until then, it's going to be a little up in the air, but I don't think it's going to take very long.
Probably not. I mean, you really surprised me, because it was about 2 months ago that you just kind of popped off with this offhand comment on a stream where you're like, why the hell are we being forced to have only one online site to buy PDFs from? Why is drive-through such a monopoly? Why are they able to control this narrative? Can't somebody else do it? And it wasn't long after that where you popped off with like, I think I want to look into this. And here we are in late August, and you're selling merch. You are just a simple PDF merchant, and you're going for the entire data enchilada. You want the STLs, you want the print-on-demand stuff, and you've got this really good hard charger mentality, which a lot of us, I thought we had. But no, you just like grabbed the fucking reins and you just went right for it. And you're pushing on that. And I think it's great, because there's so many of us that are building our own campaigns or writing our own rule sets. And we don't want to divert our resources for that. And you have Randy, who he's doing his mud sword, but you yourself, you didn't really have a dog in that fight. You were the lead cheerleader. Rah, rah, Randy, go make mud sword.
Well,
and
not really.
Really,
we were both doing that. It's just with the right now he's writing an adventure, so
okay.
We're still mulling over mud sword, but it's like any kind of endeavor like that, creative endeavor. Sometimes you second guess yourself. So we had a pile of rules, and we're like, yeah, this isn't really all that different from anybody else's rules. What is it what is it about our rule set that's going to compel someone to buy? Not that we had it completed by any stretch, no. But we're like, this doesn't look like anything anybody wouldn't want to buy, because it's like a lot of other things. So I thought it would be better for us to strike out creatively first by producing it, either adventures or some sort of other supplemental material. That way, we could at least have a creative name out there. But in the interim, Drive-Thru decided to crap all over a couple of very kind people, creators on their own platform, and say you can't put that on our site because it has no words. And I was like, well, that sucks. I'm going to do something about that.
Words. Half the shit that Drive-Thru got upset for were comments that were made on social media by creators. And then they got, then Venger came out with Roe versus Wade stance.
The RPG.
And yeah, it's like, of all things you got upset about, this?
Right.
State rights? And that's the opinion you're going to have, because, like, this is my channel, and I'm not going to shy away from this. The abortion movement is not a movement you have for population or financial growth. You have a group of people out there that are demanding the murder of children, and I'm so surprised to see companies that are in the entertainment industry that are so pro-abortion. I really am. I know your employees that get pregnant might be out of work for a year and a half while they breastfeed and do their parental things. I get it. And I know that might hurt you, but we can work from home now. 80% of America can work from home. Only the schlups like myself or mechanics that have to get underneath cars have to go to a brick and mortar every day and do service work. The rest of America can largely just sit at home and click buttons on their phone or PC and still make money. Most of America, not all.
This thing I'm doing is just clicking buttons.
Yeah.
Well, there's more, but essentially.
Yeah, but,
yes.
But you understand what I'm saying. And
yeah.
And being behind a movement that goes rah rah rah, we killed 30,000 babies today. What's that going to do for the bottom line in 20 years when you're trying to sell McDonald's hamburgers or Hasbro board games, and you could have had those 30,000 people clamoring for these things, but instead they're pushing daisies?
Right.
I don't understand that, and that's why now I'm so fucking happy that somebody came out in our crew and they said, I've got a storefront, and it wraps around the idea of free speech, and it doesn't really matter if you're thirsty sword lesbians or if you're Avenger Satanis. If you have a product you want to sell, you can come to me. I'll sell it for you.
Right. And there was a concern. Right. No bias. I mean, I have biases.
You like do. Everybody. Not your store. The code doesn't have bias.
And someone got upset at me for speaking my bias just before I got banned, although that's not why I got banned. Or why Biggus Geekus, the Biggus Geekus account, I used the word tard. A couple of weeks ago, this was a week or so before that account got suspended. On another thread, I used the word tard, actually twice in the same post. Tards are going to tard. And yep. A week and a half later, they were like, oh, that's no words. You're suspended until you delete it. And so I said, I'm not deleting crap. I'll make a new account, call it Big Geek Emporium, and screw you guys. Because I still need to communicate with folks. And while it's not, I could still direct message followers. I couldn't put out anything general. So that's fine. Adapt and overcome, I say. So that's how they deal with no-no words. The way I deal with no-no words at Big Geek Emporium is there are no no-no words, except those that make your product illegal to distribute in the United States. Yes, Ironcaster, it's a business account, not my personal. But I'm still probably going to occasionally pop off at the mouth, and then I don't say regret it, but I'll look back and say, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but whatever. There was a concern voiced that opening this up and not having any content restrictions, that the fascists will move in and take over the place, right? Whatever that means these days, because gone is the idea that fascism is what Mussolini espoused back in the 30s and 40s. That's gone. That's not what fascism is nowadays. Fascism now is simply right-wingers to some people. You're a right-winger, you're a fascist somehow.
Yeah, I laugh at that.
Yeah. So, but we haven't had anybody except for, the Red Room, right? The Red Room is one of the folks that Drive Through RPG decided to take a crap on their content. They completely disallowed them from selling a particular title called, Sexual Apocalypse, I believe is what it was called. And they said, ugh. Oh, thank you, Ironcaster. I don't think it's that important, but I did take inspiration from Eric July, yes. Ironcaster is saying that I'm doing what Eric July did in the comic book scene. Yeah, not nearly the same scale, but I did take inspiration from his move. Yeah, Blaine Pardo, Cal. Holy crap, you've defended him and yes, the dreaded Blaine Pardo, whose offenses are saying naughty words on the internet, and only naughty words from the point of view of words that certain folks don't want to hear. So yeah, a concern was voiced that the fascists would come in and take over the place, but what we have is just a variety of different products. They're all indie. A Red Room has probably the most products for a single vendor. I think at least maybe a dozen, something like that, a lot, including what they disallowed over at Drive-Thru RPG.
Yeah, and I need to get more familiar with Red Room. I really do. They seem like they're really good people.
Yeah, they're good people. They're from Portugal, and they are most of their stuff is in the vein of 70s exploitation type film, right? From a variety of different points of view, and that's what the Sexual Apocalypse was. A 70s exploitation movie, or 70s exploitation, the RPG, essentially. And I think it was I don't think it was a game so much as an adventure. I didn't look too closely at it because it's a gonzo, according to them. Their stuff is generally in the gonzo realm. And
oh no, gonzo, bad,
oh no,
bad.
gonzo bad. But yeah, I have not had time to look at a lot of the products, to be honest, because I've been busy trying to make the store work. So I don't, and that's the thing. People were like, "How are you going to vet these products?" I'm not. So
that's what the reviews are for.
Right. So if someone puts up a product and someone buys it, there's a review. If it's ends up being illegal content from a U.S. code standpoint, I will refund whoever bought whatever product that was, and then I will delete the vendor. So there will be no second chances. No, oh, it was my mistake. Sorry. No, none of that. It was illegal, and I mean, that might look like censorship to some people, but I have to make sure my site is legal.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you on that.
Not socially acceptable, but legal.
I just can't believe we're in this stage of the game where we're having to congregate in small groups because mainstream has this garbage culture mentality. I never thought
it's a totalitarian mindset.
Yeah, and it's being pushed really hard all across the fruited plain. It's even worse overseas in other countries.
Yes,
but
yes.
Here in America, I didn't expect to wake up one day and hear things that Jimmy Kimmel was saying, and that would be the midline. That guy's a left-wing lunatic. He's another Cenk Uygur or Hassan Piker pile of shit. But he's a middle-of-the-road person. If you look at the media right now, including Twitter and other forums online, which I still think that's a lot of bots, but
he got his notoriety from being quite the opposite.
Yeah,
which is ironic. So his claim to fame before his night show,
the Man Show,
where women with
womanly bodies,
womanly bodies bounced on trampolines and did other various things to show off their curviness. And he and Adam Carolla sat in the comfy chairs laughing about all of it. I mean, it was, silly comedy.
It was great. It was good comedy.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything disparaging about the show. I'm just saying, in comparison, you just got to wonder what happened. One fellow's take is that he married a lefty and she converted him. So
I think he was always a lefty, but he wanted an audience. And he said, nobody's catering to the Archie Bunker crowd. Nobody's out there. And in 2004, I mean, it was still kind of edgy. We had just come out of the 90s, and we're hitting this period where, oh God, we got another Bush in office, and we're in the middle of a war effort, but we need something to laugh about. And he was one of the best shows on Comedy Central for the time. I hate to say that.
Sarah Silverman, Ironcaster. Well, if he did marry Sarah Silverman, that could explain his drift.
That would explain everything.
Well, yeah, back in the day, let's say Not Revenge of the Nerds. What's the other college movie?
Revenge of the Nerds, Animal House.
Animal House, right? Animal House. You take Animal House. Everybody involved in that production, or I would put money down that the majority, vast majority, in the 90%, are left-leaning people.
Yeah.
Yet the movie itself is raunchy and exploitative in some sort of way, and all this stuff. Yet if you tried to make that movie today, all the same people would say, "Oh, that's terrible," and oh, blah, this, that, and the other thing, istophobe, and we can't make it. So I think probably with the Man Show being in that kind of same milieu, you had the same kind of mindset with the creators. Yet they made it without, unironically, right? But nowadays, you know, who's it? Jimmy Kimmel would probably cry and apologize, and I'm sorry I did all that stuff. It was horrible what I did to those women. But
big old discarded box of blue pills in his dumpster behind the studio. You know, don't want to talk about that, Jimmy, do you?
Right. Anyway, I'm not taking a stance on the content, and as long as it's legal to distribute, we'll have it up. You could have Joe is a big jerk, the RPG. I don't care if you put it up and people buy it and people enjoy it. I'll get a piece of that, and small piece. And if we can grow it, my piece will be even smaller. Women on trampolines, yes.
Yeah, Women on Trampolines was the end credits of that show, and they were so excited to get to that point because they'd gotten paid.
Right.
We ran commercials, and now here's the end credits. Thank God. And they would never say thank God because, well, not Jimmy Kimmel. Adam Carolla would. He's quite the libertarian, I found out.
Yes. And I haven't listened to his show much, but I've heard clips.
Yeah, the same. I haven't listened to him in probably 4 years. YouTube and the talking heads that I'm friends with are more important to me than Adam Carolla. I like Adam Carolla, don't get me wrong, but I like my friends more. And whenever I have an opportunity to benefit my friends, and I'll do that. I'll do that instead. This.
Yeah,
I'm proud of you, and I got to say, like, I'm really proud of you.
Well, thank you.
As a creator, as a person who does online content of the video format, I can recommend things to people, and I'm begging at some point that you're gonna be able to get into the mail room over at Columbia Games and show them your nice little site, and you'll be able to get Harn on there. And I don't know if you have the server space for that yet, because Harn is a lot.
They have a big library?
Yeah, huge. They had a Kickstarter a while back, and one of the top tiers was not only did you get their new product in hardcover, but you got a PDF of everything they've ever done, which was like over 2 or 4 million words or something crazy, stupid big. And they have go ahead.
We don't necessarily have to house everything we sell on server. You could point to a Dropbox or some other offsite repository for your content. If you don't want to sell it yourself, we can support that. All we need in the product page behind the scenes is a link. So that could easily work out still.
That's something I can almost. I'm just going to tell you, at some point in my life, if I live another 5 years, I will have everything that they've put out for Harn, which is a really good campaign setup. They have an all right rule set. I like the rule set that I have in mind a little better, but I love their content because I'll just get some creators out of the way. Like Raging Swan Press, Columbia Games, Frog God Games. Those three right there are my go-tos. Frog God Games has a campaign world I love because it's got the Slumbering Tsar Saga and Rapanathuk, and oh my god, the amount of obituaries I've made over the past 20 years is absolutely insane. It's amazing.
We had a TPK in Randy's game, so yeah, a whole. I can just imagine Rapanathuk.
The newer Pathfinder version has the obituaries printed in the back of the book that you can
That's
just
funny.
write in there. And then they also have a page of gravestones that when you're up on the gravestone level, all the people that have died before at tournaments and home games and such, and you can bump into these. Here's a list of names. Just pull these out whenever you need names for gravestones. And I love it.
That's
but
good.
Frog God does such a good job of making high quality products, and their binding process is actually why I buy their books, because they get their books printed off at a collegiate bookbinder. Books are designed to have wear and tear. So yeah, you're going to spend $100 on a hardcover, but that hardcover is going to be a heirloom. It's not going to break. So I like what Frog God does, and their adventures are good.
They sell their PDFs through drive-through, right?
They do, and I think I think at some point you should probably try to throw them a missive. That would be another good company to have represented on there, because they're not super big. They're fairly small, but they get a lot of good press, and they put out a consistently good product. They also sell a game called Bunnies and Burrows.
Mm-hmm. Did they buy the rights for that?
I believe they did.
Yeah, because that existed before that company did. So
yeah, that's been in business for years. Watership Down. For those of you that are watching us either live or on the after, if you haven't watched the cartoon Watership Down, give it an hour. Set aside an hour of your time, and you're going to enjoy yourself. It is one of the most bloody, gore-filled cartoons you'll ever watch. It's more violent than Fire and Ice, and it's got a great story to it. Good characters, but they do Bunnies and Burrows. They do Rapanathuk. They have their own in-house game system called Swords and Wizardry, which has ended. That contract ended, and now they're supporting OSE, which all their products are now OSE compatible.
Yeah,
all the new products. Matt Finch in them. Go ahead.
Matt Finch
is a designer of Swords and Wizardry.
Okay, that's ringing a bell. Maybe there's a guy with the last name of Finch who's a vendor over here at Big Geek Emporium. Maybe it's just me having an active imagination. Right.
But then you have Raging Swan Press, which they've made their money by doing 3 to 5 page booklets and informations for your campaign, where they design a inn and they give you 10 or 12 NPCs, and they have a page at the back of it with adventure ideas. And when you start reading this, from the word go, your imagination's already fired off, and you've got 6 ideas for adventures that you're going to have take place in their location they sell you. And they'll give you the magical effects you need to describe. They give you enough to where your imagination fires off, but they don't give it to you so much that you have bought a railroad.
Right.
You just bought like a 1 foot by 1 foot sandbox. And they sell a bunch of sandboxes. And they're great. Raging Swan Press. Creighton Broadhurst is the CEO for them, and he's a hell of a good man. If you buy directly from him, he sends you a bonjour video thanking you personally.
Oh, cool.
I've never seen that before in my life. That right there was like, you didn't have to do that, man. I found your stuff and I had to buy it. I bought like $100 worth of stuff. He sent me like a 2.5 minute long video thanking me and like telling me what I could do with that and what he had used it for in his own campaigns. And he went on for about a good 2 minutes, which was just fantastic. And then the other group, Columbia Games, if you could get those three buyers, like, I would never need to have to go to any other website. I really wouldn't. Now, you've got good quality creators on your site right now, and I'm waiting for Chalt and other things from Venture Satanis to roll onto it.
Well, RPG Pundit sent me a note and said that let him know when we have POD. So hopefully that actually pans out. We'll see. So I'm not sure. I'm not great at marketing. I'm great at just saying, hey, this is our store. So there's probably a little more I need to be doing besides that. So I know you sent me links to the Discords for Troll Lord games and Frog God games, but I didn't see anything in their list of channels as far as, hey, post your stuff here or anything like that. So I didn't want to come in there. My first thing I did is say, hey, come to my store, which is maybe a bit of a internet faux pas. So,
well, they're on Frog God Games. They have monthly chats where you can get in and talk to the designers or the devs and start to rub shoulders with them. And they're good about listening to their fans and listening to people that are in the industry. They've also got a wide group of friends that they discuss a lot of things with, and they'll bring in people from other games, like Nord Games was in a couple of their chats a few times. Alice is the girl that you might want to talk to at Frog God because she handles a lot of the online content. Either her or Phantom Jen. Phantom Jen actually is who you want to talk to at Frog God Games. Troll Lord Games, you have Troll Wayne, which he's...
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So at Frog God,
yes.
What were those two names you gave me?
Phantom Jen. She handles all the online content where, like, if you have a problem with the download or, hey, I logged into my library today. This happened to me when they switched servers and they didn't port my stuff over. Jen, I logged in and all of your products that are in my library are gone. What did I do? And can we amend this? And she's like, oh, God, Bruce, I didn't even notice that, but appreciate you logging in and checking up on us. And even more importantly, we got everything fixed. Here's the links to all your downloads if you have a new PC or if you need to download this again. Here you go. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, so that happens with bigger operations than mine. So
yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
It's the internet. I know this, but some folks act like, how dare you have interruptions in service? And I get that. But
hey, Shadow and Sun, how you doing, sir?
So Phantom Jen, and who was the other person for Frog God? You said
Phantom Jen. Phantom Jen, or maybe even Bad Mike, would be the two at the Discord that you would talk to.
Bad Mike of is that the same Bad Mike that talks with
Tinkar?
Tinkar? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know he was a Frog God Games guy.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Tinkar used to host Frog God on his Discord.
Uh-huh.
And everybody there is still really close and really in good with each other, as far as I can tell, because I still pop in their Discord about maybe once a day and just kind of see, hey, what's going on, guys? But they look like they're still really good friends with each other. And Bad Mike is with Tinkar once a week. But yeah, Bad Mike is, to my knowledge, he's one of those guys that he's on the operations side for Frog God. And if you go to North Texas RPG Convention, which I should be there next year, I wasn't there this year. I was still recovering financially from getting COVID in August of last year. Fuck you, China. And I wanted to save my money that I had. Now, if it had been in October, I would have been able to go.
Gotcha.
But you want to talk to Bad Mike or to Phantom Jen on their Discord and just kind of give them an overview and just discuss things like, listen, I've heard good things about your product. I have an online web store. This is the reason why I have an online web store. I know that you probably will never endanger yourself with a big company like Drive-Thru. But on the off chance that where something happens where you do, because you have products that involve conflict,
Mm-hmm.
you have a web store.
Right.
And I would
Good
love.
deal. Troll Lord, you were getting ready to say.
Troll Lord Wayne. Let me check my Discord real quick.
Hey, Shadow, how's it going, bud?
The problem I have with Discord is that I've been on it for 5 years, and so I've got over 100 Discords I follow. Okay, if you go to the Troll Lords on Troll Lords Discord.
Let's see. Is that a channel?
In the Troll Lord Games Discord, any of the red names in the Troll Lords should be.
Like Troll Lord Tim and Troll Lord Chuck and
Troll Lord Scott.
Okay.
Those guys can help point you
okay.
to the right one. Those are the guys that do the majority of it. Steven's on here, but I don't know what his name is. Steven Chenault. He's either CEO or CFO of Troll Lord. And I know Troll Lord Wayne is a Springfield, Illinois native, because we've talked about the game stores in Springfield quite a bit. Hope you guys are having a great weekend, says Shadow and Sun.
Thank you. Hopefully you are as well.
But I guess they might have finished their video review. They were doing a review on some 80s movie, and I forgot which one it was. That's something that they do on Sundays. The other question I have for Big Geek Emporium is this. I know that you're small right now, and you just started less than 2 weeks ago. So what I need to know is, this grows. Please tell me you're going to get an online manager for your help desk, because that's the one thing that I don't want to see you have to tear yourself in 2 different places, from work to your emporium, because that's something. I mean, I can only imagine you're going to be starting to hire people as time goes on to help you with management of this.
I've already got someone in mind. Should we get big enough to be able to hire someone? Right now, absolutely not. We don't pull in nearly enough to pay someone, unless some generous benefactor, which we still will take donations to support the the store. If someone wants to come by and say, "Hey, we want this to succeed. Here's a pile of money," we will take it and use it to good effect. So, especially to pay off the web devs, and they gave us a great deal. So, yes, the idea is, at first I was thinking, yeah, I can handle this all myself, but considering the email, and it's not that much email, but I have a day job. If this were to get big enough, I don't know. I'm toying with the idea of it getting big enough. Do I quit? But I've got enough years in that would kind of be done. So
yeah, I would probably kick you at a cabin con if I made it up to a cabin con and you quit a mail office job for the USPS, knowing what my mom made as a part-timer on her retirement, and knowing that you've done this since your active duty time.
No. I have not been there that long.
Oh, I thought
about 10 years. Yeah, if that was the case, I would already be retired. Already. But no, it's going to be between 5 and 10 years from now until I can retire. It all depends on how it pans out. But if this can work out really well, I might be able to work it so that I can retire much earlier, but still retire, not quit.
Yeah, I would rather you actually be able to retire with at least the bare minimum, which is very possible.
Right. So I could retire, have a retirement income, and then do this full time, and that would be great.
Yeah.
But
Calvin Ivey
even
says Steve Chenault is a really cool guy, and I got to agree with that. The only negative about Troll Lord, I will say, is I watched one of their live plays, and it seemed like this was on their Discord. I don't know who was running it, but that person did not have a good grasp of handling people and rules at the same time. There was lots of ums and let me reference this. Let me look at this page number. And they just seemed like they were a first year attendee at a convention, and they had never played with strangers before, and they were broadcasting this to the web. And I thought, this is not really the look I would want to have.
yeah,
I'm not saying anything negative about Troll Lord Games, the Siege Engine, Castle Crusades, or Star Siege, but the DM they picked that day for their hosted event was poor. He was obviously in need of experience, and that's the bad thing. When you're a new DM, you're gonna suck. You're gonna need to get experience. You need to learn how to play. You need to learn how to educate and deal with people and die rolls. And there's only one way to do that, and that's to just play. But the thing is that if you do that in a public forum, you're going to get lots of criticism from old guys like me because you really should have ran this a lot smoother. Come on now.
Got at least even if you got someone who wasn't tech savvy, the person needs to be game savvy.
Yes.
Right. So they need to know the game well enough, or have presence of mind enough to say, okay, I'm not sure what the rule is, but this is what we're going to do right now, and just keep moving. That's
something that Bill Webb of Frog God Games has done really well. He doesn't know the new systems. He struggled with third edition when he was printing for that back in 2000 and 2001. He's like, I don't really understand. Why do we need all these skills? What is all these feats? I just want to detail this dungeon and story, and I want to have the monsters and let the dungeon master worry about the rules.
Yeah.
But the people at Frog God, or at the time Necromancer Games, were like, we need to learn the system so we can market to it properly and have these amazing adventures that reflect the con games that you've ran. And so Bill will tell you straight up, whenever he runs a game, he only has a D20 and a D6. That's it. That's all he uses. And to watch him run a game on Discord is crazy good because he doesn't care. Oh, you lied to me and said you got a critical hit? Well, that's great. You get 10 damage, and the monster winces in pain. And then he starts rolling for the monsters, and if he's honest or not, you can't really tell, but you can hear when people are fudging their rolls saying, I got this success. And Bill's like, that's great. That's great. You guys might actually beat this dungeon. Probably not, but you might. And it's a lot of fun to hear him because he doesn't really worry about if somebody's using this rule from this handbook or this from over there. Interpret it to him to where he can process it, and he's usually got an assistant in the game chat that kind of whispers to him, hey, this means this means this. A lot of times he just runs a simple D20, D6 game. Your sword does a D6 damage. Oh, you have a two-handed sword? It does a D6 plus 1.
Okay.
Oh, wow, you're using two weapons to attack? You get a D20 plus 1 to hit. That's awesome. What? Yeah, you get a D20 and a plus 1 to hit. He details his system in Bill Webb's Book of Dirty Tricks, which it takes about a page of text, and whenever he has you try to examine a room or something for traps, he's like, okay, well, you see the bookshelf, and there's two bookshelves there. Describe to me how you're at the bookshelves. Show me what you're doing. Well, I go over here, and I'm trying to look around, looking for seams in the shelving, and look for seams in the floor around this. He's like, okay, that's good. What's your wisdom? It's a 12. Okay, well, you've got a better idea than most. how are you examining? You said you're looking for seams and such. You don't see any different seams in the walls or floor. And he just interacts with this character on this player, and he bounces these great exchanges off of them without using die rolls.
Mm.
And he lets the person hang themselves, which is
right, because you say, how do you do this? Are you sure? Is that what you're going to do? All right.
Mhm.
Saving throw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
you get that close to the bookshelf. Oh yeah, the floor opens up. Sorry about your luck.
Yeah, you obviously didn't see that. Your perception's not that good.
Yeah, and that was a mimic bookshelf. It eats you. Sorry about your luck.
Where's my damn mimic miniature at? Oh wait, they're all in the front room.
Cal, I do appreciate the compliment about me being young still, but that ship has sailed.
That right there is gold though, because I mean,
I appreciate that. At 55, I really do appreciate that.
I'm just going to state the facts here. You're 55 and you're closing in on retirement age, not retirement for your job, but you decide to take on this new endeavor with Big Geek Emporium, and that is almost a young man game.
Should be.
You've got the wherewithal and knowledge and the gumption to start tearing it open, and within the last 2 weeks you've made some strides. You've got people that are asking you to allow them shelf space on your site, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Friday I'll be donating more to your kitty on that, but I'm sorry, you have a functional site. I'm probably going to stop my donations until I get all the things I want and be like, all right, fine, here, have $10. Fine, have another $10. Fine, have another $10. But if you have things on the site that I don't have yet, oh wait, we need to procure, But I really think
the idea.
This is crazy because 2 months ago, it was 2 months, and you were saying Drive-Thru RPG does not deserve that level of power. There needs to be competition that's just willing to sell products. And you didn't say that. It was somebody else. I think it might have been David Guile or Basic Expert, one of those two. And you popped off with, I think I'll look into it. But as I live and breathe, we're almost in September. I've got my first product from you. I like it a lot, and this is something that we're going to hopefully have more with, and you're going to have a larger inventory by this time next year. I'm advancing it 12 months. I'm sorry. I want to see you have a huge inventory, a huge library of products, but I think this is something that's really important because there isn't another site out there that I know of except for the vendors themselves. And even a lot of them just give you straight to the drive-through link.
Right. And to be honest, people have pointed out to me that this is a kind of a silly endeavor, that anybody who wants to sell their wares could do it on their own site. They can make their own site and sell their own products and cut out the middleman. But not everybody has the temperament for that. A lot of people, they just want to create their product, put it up somewhere else, and have somebody else handle the business end. And that is where I come in. Also, people think that we can't compete with drive-through. And while that's initially very true, we're not a competitor. We are an alternative for extremely indie niche products at the moment. So what we need to do is get the word out, which is difficult because I have a very small presence on the internet. And all the folks that are selling, even collectively, our presence on the internet is not very big.
Shadow and Sun, take care of yourself, and you guys have a good stream, okay?
Have a good one. So I know I had a different direction I was going with the commentary, but
the thing is that you you do have a small presence on the web. You do have, you're just you and yourself and Randy.
Yeah.
And freaking Twitter gets upset because you said the word tard, so now you have to have a business account set up. And this is the level of stupidity that we're living in now. We have to tiptoe around the fucking emotional crazies that can't handle mean words.
Right. And sometimes the words aren't even mean.
No.
It's just this particular line of conversation offends them. It's not mean. It's just what people can talk about, things that people can talk about, and they're like, nope, we're not talking about that.
I wish I was a black female.
Huh?
I wish I was a black female. I would be like the anti-Wanda side. That'd be so libertarian, foul-mouthed, Richard Pryor quoting person. I would be canceled.
Yeah, in the ones who are ultra popular, like Dave Chappelle, he's not libertarian by any stretch, but he points out the obvious. Why can't these folks say these things? You can. I mean, he was pushing the envelope when he was on TV. He had the whole shtick where he was blind. He was blind, but they thought it was funny to get him in the KKK. Can't remember the name of the character, but it was hilarious. It was a hilarious bit. And so, well, you're making fun of blind people. You're making fun of racism. All this other stuff. Of course, we're making fun of racism. It needs to be made fun of because it's ridiculous. That's what Mel Brooks did. He made fun of racism with Blazing Saddles. He wasn't glorifying it. He was just, making fun of it. We should be able to make fun of things. Anyway. Yeah, so the Emporium has a library now. I think we have we are over 100 products. Let's see. I don't know it off the top of my head. Number of products.
For those of you that like to know about,
we have 64 products, which is cool.
The other thing I want to try, you have a generator on there.
Generator?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like a character generator?
I believe it's a dungeon generator.
Oh yeah, we have a dungeon generator. We do.
Let's start selling a generator, the blue dungeon generator and geomorphs.
Yep.
I want to try that. Those are the next two things on my wish list.
We even got a product that had a 1-star rating.
What?
From a buyer. The person who made the product made changes and improved the product to where the guy was like, hey, I need to change my rating, my review of it. And right now there's no way to edit your review. You can post a new one, but you can't edit it. So he was unhappy that he couldn't edit his review. And I was like, well, and the reason why I couldn't just do something about it is because I took off-the-shelf software and cobbled it together to bring the site to life. So I made some sacrifices, and one of them is a little bit of control, and that's one thing I can't right now modify off the top of just go out and do it. It's going to take some programming time to do that. It's probably doable. It's just a matter of either buying another plugin, spending another $50 a year, which is it's not that much really, but it's annoying. Hey, you want this little change in WordPress? $50 a year. It's tiny things. And it's annoying. It's almost like WordPress and WooCommerce, which is the e-commerce programming behind the scenes. They kind of left a bunch of holes in their offering so that people can make plugins and charge you. It's still not that much money. I shouldn't complain too much, but
it's DLC for something that should not be a service but a product.
Right. So some of these things are obvious, like me being able to click a button and instantly send out email hey, T-shirted, instantly send out an email to all the customers. That's not it. It should be easy. It should be one click. Fill out a form, and this email goes out to everyone. No, it's not that easy. Not out of the box. So, and when I looked it up, it said, "Oh yeah, we can provide you that functionality, $50 a year, or more, maybe." It's just annoying at this point. So, I'm not trying to sound like a skinflint or cheapo, but it just seems it's just very annoying. The good thing is with this dev team I've got contracted, I'm going to make sure there's a lot of these things I can do, and then I will dump WooCommerce, WordPress. I hope that's what the direction we're going. So, hey, Legion.
Hey, Legion Myth, how are you doing today?
Mr. Max. Right. So I will end up instead of being nickel and dimed to death by all of these small little changes that cost $50 a year, I will go to one price, free upkeep is what they said. They will come in and make sure everything works and keep it going. They're also gamers, and they're really behind the effort. And yes, the other Max. The other Max.
Hey, yes, Mr. Max.
Yes, so these devs are gamers and not happy with drive-through and want this operation to succeed. So it's great. You got to segment your segments. So what I'm saying is, hopefully going forward, once we've gotten the new code base, hopefully by then, or well before then, we will have had print on demand activated, and maybe even moved over to a virtual private server. So I'll have a lot more control over things in general. So it'll be a better situation for everybody. And the current product, the way that vendors come in and put up products is way less than intuitive. And so I've had, how do you upload a product? And, for people like me who can, who've wrangled online forums for a long time, I usually muscle my way through it and usually have no issues. So I didn't really see the problem, but after having it pointed out several times that it's not very intuitive, I agree. So I don't have an ETA on any kind of I don't have an ETA of any kind on the upgrades, when they'll happen and all that. It's early days. We just signed a contract over the week. Last night. So
that's still a glimmer of hope, considering.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I didn't think I thought I was going to need a ton of money to get somebody on board to help with the programming end and the design end, but no.
Now, there's a other thing I wanted to talk to you about. More information is coming out, or drip feeding out, about this thing called 1D&D.
Yeah.
It's like Hasbro and Wizards aren't done kicking the game store owners yet. They're on. They're gonna fully edge these guys out. You can't get any product money off of them. Oh yeah, we're still gonna sell books. Yeah, from Target, from Walmart.
Gaming as a service is what it sounds like they want to push as part of 1D&D. It's not the totality of it, but I think it's going to be a big part.
I agree, and it doesn't sound like it's going to be very game store friendly. I know you sell PDFs, which most game store owners kind of get upset when they see you bring a laptop in and you open it up and you bring out a PDF of a book they have right over there on the shelf. You could go buy it for $35 or $55 or $75, but you have a PDF. You fucking you thief. That's the majority of game store owners are like, God damn it, that's just destroyed my market. A lot of people I've talked to, like Friday night, we had a discussion over at Legion of Myth, and it was a concern I had where the game stores are now completely in danger because they used to make money on Dungeons and Dragons. Now what are they going to do? And we were talking about various things like, well, buy the snacks or buy the waters or buy $10 worth of snacks from them. They probably get a better margin out of that than they do out of hardcover books. I mean, they might not, but still, the thought of them selling the water for $1 or $1.50 versus, okay, well, we buy this WotC book for $21 and then we mark it up for $40 and there's $19. That's a good margin. It's almost half your price. But then you have to understand that shipping and other things pay really heavy into that. The time amount from when they sell that book to where they can get another one on the shelf and then sell that one.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I have no idea what the margin is for a game store on a book from, say, WotC. I have no idea.
And so I talked to one of my friends yesterday, and she told me, she says, we're going to have events for 1D&D at the store because we've already been contacted, but we're not looking at selling a lot of it. The 5e has dropped so severely in San Antonio in the past 5 months, and people are going to do more board games, and they're doing a lot more board games at Dragon's Lair or at Nightwatch Games. That's their big mover. That's the big thing that gets people in the seats right now is getting together for board games, which RPGs are still big, but the board game push over the past 4 years has really started the market back up. And that was something that when COVID first hit, board games were the thing that were selling off the shelves. Oh, you don't have a copy of Ticket to Ride? Now you do. Well, you don't have a copy of Carcassonne? Well, they'd get the basics and then they'd buy the niche games after that. But you have all of these game store owners around this area that are talking with my contact, and she says that the board games and the miniature games have really hit hard in the last 2 weeks because people are seeing what Wizards is doing. And they're saying, there might be a market for STLs and for other things. And one thing that these game stores are doing is they're putting 3D printers in the store, behind the store itself, to where you can say, here's the file I want. Please print this off for me. Here's the money. And they're doing that. But the events at these stores are almost completely going to either board or skirmish games. Not even Magic the Gathering. I mean, you still have a big presence on Friday night for that. But unless it's a draft or a new release, you don't see people going in there to play Magic much anymore. Which is good and bad, because Magic used to be the crack cocaine that the kids couldn't live without. And I hate to say it like that, but that was the big seller. You'd sell $400 of Magic cards within a day. Just my thoughts and just things I've heard. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, a lot of this stuff comes in cycles. And anyone who's operating a brick and mortar store has to be able to innovate because the internet innovates. Even my web store is, you could say, is cutting out some brick and mortar store sales potentially. Now, if for people who just sell predominantly or exclusively in PDFs, they're never going to see any money out of those. But for folks who do both, if once I get print on demand going, then you can get print and PDF gaming material here at my store, and then the brick and mortar store will be able to complain that their bottom line is being cut by the internet and a little bit more. And they have to innovate a bit. And having the 3D printers, like you just said, is an interesting way to do that. But I don't really have a good answer because I don't own a brick and mortar store. I did get an email from one. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but they asked what kind of licensing deals I would have potentially for a brick and mortar store. And I don't have any, and I don't plan on having any because I don't own the IP for any of the games that come through the store. That's not what I do. I don't buy licensing. There's no licensing agreement to provide these games to people. I'm merely a clearinghouse in a way. They put their stuff up, they get paid. There's no licensing agreement. I don't own any of the IPs, so I cannot offer any licensing deals to a brick and mortar store to where they could make some kind of margin on the books. So it's an interesting problem. If a store wanted to somehow support a brick and mortar store, wanted to somehow support Big Geek Emporium, the only way I could see that they could do it is if they could print on demand the things that are available. And I don't see how they could do that because book binding isn't just a matter of having a printer in your back room.
No, it takes a lot.
Yeah. So, and it's not the way that the pages of a print book are printed is not the same way that you have an inkjet or even a laser printer. That's not that same process. It's a different kind of printing process. So, and then there's the binding process. So, if they could buy two pieces of gear, let's say, and do that, then that would be a way to support the store, and we could print right to their store, and people could buy a book and have it at that store, waiting for them. But I don't see that happening anytime soon, because they would need to invest in some manufacturing items, and I'm sure they're expensive, and the expense would not be justified by the numbers of books that they would sell by any stretch. No, I don't see it. So the game stores, if a lot of this goes to print on demand, a lot of book buying, and I'm not sure what percentage of RPG books are bought online as opposed to in a store. I imagine it's fairly high. I imagine bookstore sales of RPG items is probably low in comparison. Considering all the people I know, most of their book sales are from online stores of one sort or another, print on demand or not. So they are going to have to compete by their facility having game tables, selling concessions, like you were saying, offering that 3D printer for making figures as well. I'm not sure how long it would take for them to make that profitable, but it's not nearly as steep an expense as, say, a book binder would be.
The printed meeple is one of the stores here in San Antonio. They have usually between 10 and 15 printers going off at once.
3D printers?
3D printers. They have they have at least 10 going off at any given time. Really nice store. Real sweet couple that owns it. Their former, well, I believe he's former military, and then he went to work for Fractech Services. And that was his way to save up money to do this. The sad thing is that I've been to their house to pump their septic tank, and there's going to be a lot of expense there whenever we get to that. They're right now, I don't know if they're still in that house. They have 7 kids. I mean, they're Mormon. So they went out, were fruitful, and they multiplied. you have 9 butts on a toilet destroying a septic tank, and I need to be there about every 8 months.
Oh,
That's just
boy.
how that works. Well, 9 people. You have 7 kids, and you're happily married, and I
That
need to
still
be there.
sounds like a septic tank that isn't working right
It
to me.
is working right. It's just that it fills up with solids fast.
Okay.
1,000-gallon tank with 7 people. I don't think they made the tank the right size. I think it was originally a 1,200-gallon tank, and it needs to be about 1,700 gallons. It's not a ATU system, which is one of those that takes the crap and it pumps the poop water through a chlorination tank and then sprays it all over the yard at night when you're asleep. It's not one of those. It's a conventional tank powered by gravity and pressure, which fills up fast with 9 butts. And then worse, you have kids that they bring over their friends, and it's just a mess.
Sure.
But they run a printed meeple. They're really good people as far as like personalities are concerned. I don't do 3D printed models. I have my friend Chris who he plays in my game, so he sends me things like angry. Let me switch this. He gives me things like angry Skeletor.
That's funny.
And we have fun stuff like that, but that's just how it is. And I can't wait for you to actually start making your inroads into various Loot Studios. Loot Studios is who you need to contact for 3D STL files. That was who I was looking for. And if you have,
do they make the files, or do they? I mean, do they distribute other people's files, or is that just what they do?
They do. They have some amazing STL files, and if you can get in with them and start networking with other 3D print shops, because there's a lot of people out there that they have a blender set up on their home PC and they create their sculpts and then they just make the file and here you go, buy it for $4, or here's a package of 81 miniatures you buy for 10 or 15 bucks. That's what they do.
Right. And it would be cool to have a network of 3D print shops hooked up to a source book of STL files, and someone can just click and have it delivered, or if it's close enough for them, they can go pick it up. That's the kind of or multiple networks. That's what I'm hoping to accomplish down the road with print on demand. Lulu seems okay right now, but I don't want a single point of failure when it comes to that. We're already a single point of failure with the store and print on demand. If there's only one print on demand provider, that reinforces that single point of failure. It'd be nice if we had multiple options for our customers. And if I can get some print on demand, at least one extra, that would be great. There's a prepper mantra that goes like 1 is none, 2 is 1, 3 is for me. There's 4, 5, and 6. I don't know what all those are, but I would at least like to have 2. So if one fails, I have a backup, which we don't have right now. And I don't know if there's one that exists. I don't know how that if all I would need to do is hook up with print houses and provide some sort of infrastructure to Max.
I was waiting for John to explode over there in Alabama. No.
I would love to have an alternative, but the one alternative that I know of has not contacted us back yet. Like I said earlier, but you weren't here.
Have you tried multiple avenues through social media and Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc.?
I've been focusing my efforts on just getting the store run. It'd be nice if at some point I could get a marketing someone who's more into the marketing and all of that. They could contact other people, but they could do the marketing for me at some point and get some more folks on board. I just need to get one print on demand now, and then focus on alternates down the road.
Fair enough. T-shirt historian says D&D 1 is also threatening miniature hobbyists. All of their digital mapping and custom characters are further removing physical options from the game table, which is why I do not endorse anything Wizards is doing. And I don't care if Wizards comes out with a giant apology letter and a free 3D printed castle for everybody. Pre-printed castle for everybody. I don't care. I'm never going to buy anything they sell ever again, because I saw this. They have the 3D software being handled by the Unreal Engine, which I'm a huge fan of Unreal.
Yes.
I've been a fan of theirs since 1997 when I saw their screenshots in Next Generation magazine, and whenever I had a PC that could run Unreal in 1998 when it was released. I had a big stiff Woody for killing Scourge and going on death matches with a razor jack and all sorts of other fun weapons. That was supposed to be the Quake killer. It didn't quite kill Quake. It did get as good as Quake 2 online, but it took a while. And Unreal is probably my favorite multiplayer franchise right now, even though I love Quake, and I play Quake multiplayer probably once a day. I find a server with people that aren't bots, and I go and I enjoy it. But I play a lot of Unreal because that's just fun. The maps are good. They look good. But Unreal 5 is out, and they did a Matrix demo back when they released that fourth Matrix movie, which I refuse to acknowledge exists.
Yes.
And, yeah. Not a good movie. I'll just say that. Not a good character.
Not a good premise.
No. And they have this Unreal Engine demo for the Matrix, which is probably where they should have left the Matrix at, is just on that demo. It would have made more sense just to have that and not do anything else with the Matrix, because that made, one, the Matrix look really damn good, and two, it provided you enough knowledge of what you could do with Unreal 5. And there's a lot you can do with it, from traffic control and whole hordes of cars moving down the interstate, changing lanes, not getting into wrecks with each other. It's amazing to watch that system work. Well, now they have an Unreal 5 plugin for somebody over at WotC has made a 3D environmental construction kit, and they have little video game pogs, basically, I call them, but they're avatars for various creatures and such. So they're going to get rid of all this stuff that you see on here. In 30 or 40 years, this is going to be a long lost art. Okay, they're trying to bring in the digital battle mat, and I don't agree with it at all, because I prefer getting my hands on figures, and I like painting things up. This is the most cathartic hobby I have. If it wasn't this, I'd be playing with shotguns and rifles at a range on every Sunday. Just keep that in mind. This keeps America safe. So I do this hobby, and it provides me with a lot of joy, but they are literally saying that they don't want to have this anymore because this is a expense that a lot of people can't afford, they say, which I pretty much disagree with wholeheartedly. I know people
that get really cheap unpainted figures on Amazon.
Yeah.
And paint, you can get paint pretty inexpensively. It's not, oh, sorry, I've moved back and forth and my camera went wonky. Anyway, it might not be the highest quality figures, may not be the highest quality paint, but you can still paint figures and get develop. You don't want, as a neophyte, you don't want to get all the best stuff and then screw around with it. You want some low cost materials, which there are plenty of, to practice your craft until you get better, and then you can graduate up. But as far as replacing your physical tabletop with a digital one, that will happen with certain individuals, especially ones that are already okay with that. But for those of us, me included, I don't want. There was a point in time when I thought having the gadgets at the table was cool, but after having gadgets at the table and looking at how they were more disruptive than not, at least for us, decided to just stick with paper. I mean, if all we were doing was having a digital character sheet on a tablet, let's say, and you weren't really like searching through your tablet for rules or whatever, you were just using it as a character sheet, and that was it, and that would be fine. And I know there's folks with really expensive game tables where they have a screen underneath it that represents the map. And all that, but they still use physical miniatures on top of the screen. That's fine, I guess. That's a big expense that I think is kind of, not worth it. I don't have that much money burning a hole in my pocket that I can just say, yeah, I'm going to have a screen table in my game room, and yeah, we'll use that. And yeah, I have to have a darker setup, and there's a lot of these technological add-ons for your game table have associated time sinks in them, whereas traditional play, you open your books and you play. So I think this will go in like a lot of things, trends. There's trends for this, and there will be a segment of the hobby where they're going to go full digital, and there will be a bunch of us who will be on the other side of that, still playing our game the way we do. And then some of those people will become dissatisfied with that for one reason or another, and then the trend will go back to more traditional play, like I think we're experiencing now. There's a lot of people who are like, yeah, I'm tired of all this junk. Oh, there's a traditional way to play. Let's look at that. Oh, I like this. So I think we just ride the wave. We encourage people to play in a more traditional manner. Our books aren't going to stop working. The folks that I have on my store, they're all traditional play style type folks. I mean, not all traditional. The gamut of personality types is wide, but we all play with physical products at our table. Miniatures, dice, pencils, paper, all that.
I think that's important to notate, because there's a point where all the electronic devices are nice and all that. They really are. If you have a pre-programmed adventure that has set locations for set actions, and you need to pull up the castle keep, you can pull up the castle keep, and as long as it's got a VTT for it, it's got a map for it, you're fine. You can just scroll around the map and move your little pods or move your characters on the screen itself, however it may be it 3D or digital. But the moment that you do something like, say, Cabin Con, or you have Snowvid happen, where Texas has a 7-day fucking blackout because we got snow and ice and it destroyed our fucking wind turbines, which we should have never put in place in the first place because they aren't reliable in cold weather. You have, and they need things like winterizing, which Texas doesn't need once every 10 years. When you have power go out, you don't have the ability to power up your tablet, your laptop, or the things you use to play, and you've got your people with you or close by who are like, hey, listen, we're going to come over and just play board games because we want to socialize while we're freezing our asses off.
Right.
I don't want to be regulated to playing Monopoly because everything I've got for my digital hobby is shut down.
Right.
That's why physical books, physical board games, physical miniatures are completely superior to digital. You can say, well, digital's better for online. It's hard to play a game online with friends. And I'm going to take your statement and stuff it in your face, because I've been running a game for many years using a battle mat and miniatures, and it translates to camera very well.
Yeah.
More importantly, you can't tell people when they have Roll20 or VTT. Now you can with Tabletop Simulator, and you probably will with the new D&D 1 D&D bullshit. But the camera work for most of those isn't that good. It just gives you top-down view.
Mm-hmm.
But others with a true 3D engine can adjust the camera. But to do that is a level of distraction that really you don't want to have in your game. I really don't feel like any of these products that they're coming out with for 1D&D is anything that you need to replace at your table currently.
Not even. There are a few people who game exclusively online by necessity, but many of those that I've talked to, they just use like Zoom, right? They don't have a lot of bell and whistles. They just have something where they can share the screen and see a map board. A lot of them don't even like moving pogs around. That's really cool. They don't like because it's distraction. It's complication. Is basically their VTT is a map, and then them being able to communicate with each other either solely audio or maybe there's a picture, there's a camera with everybody where they can see each other's face. But it's not the whole immersive 3D walking through a dungeon experience, like at least visually, like 1D&D wants to portray. It's more tabletop on steroids via VTT, but it's still, people still use their dice. A lot of people I know that do this, they still roll their dice and use the honor system, and they don't use dice rollers. Some people do, some people don't. And the only way this is going to destroy, say, so to speak, traditional tabletop play is if we let it, and for ourselves. And that's not going to happen. You're not going to, and I know I'm not going to. I know you're not going to buy into WotC so that you can play this way. So as long as there is a sizable cadre of people who play traditionally, they pass that along to new players, the way we play will be alive. And as long as they may not be able to have physical books from Wizards of the Coast, because they might go to all digital. I doubt it, but they might. We still have the books that we have.
Yeah, and the previous editions that you have purchased, the books that are on your shelf right now, they're not going to be digitally edited. Right. Like what T-shirts said there. And that's something that, one thing I could ask you is, whenever you have a update for your books, are you going to have it be a mandatory thing, or are you going to be like, there's an update for your books, click here to download the new update?
Yeah, I haven't made a hard decision on that. I think I might leave that up to the vendor. If they want to put up an additional file, or if they want to update the file that they have on. I think I'm just going to leave that up to them. I don't want to make that decision. That's an editorial decision. So that's out of my hands. I will leave that out of my hands. If a particular individual wants to update the product and then the downloads become the new thing, that's on them. And if you as a customer say, hey, I'd rather just have a new thing, you talk to them. I don't want to have a policy like that. I don't want to have many policies. The more policies I have, the closer to an editor I become.
I really don't want that.
No, I don't want to be an editor.
I want you to be able to have a happy group of customers, and I think the more policies that any storefront has, the less likely it is that they're going to be able to be successful in the long run. Right. They tie their own hands.
Yeah. Hey, Bruce.
Yo.
I probably need to jump off.
Fair enough. Everybody, this is Joe from Biggus Geekus. Before you head off, what night and what is the topic of your next stream?
Let's see. I have not gotten my marching orders from Randy yet for this week, so I'm not sure what the topic is. However, we are on at 7:30 Eastern on the YouTube land under Biggus Geekus, so easy to follow. Easy to find. 7:30 Eastern in the evening. But I don't have a topic yet.
Keep that in mind, guys. 7:30 Eastern. That's 6:30 for you Central Standard people like myself. Here's the
Yeah,
best part.
I'm sorry I did not say how long I could be on. So I'm
You're
sorry.
good.
It's all of a sudden.
That's understandable, and I understand you're a married man and you have things that you must do. With that, if you would wish to just advertise yourself as you step out, that's great. For those of you that are in the chat that would like to jump on and discuss things while we have a Sunday afternoon stream, please go on ahead. And I would like everybody to go visit Biggus Geekus on their scheduled nights or on their impromptu streams. Like them, share them, subscribe them. And with all of their YouTube creators that are out there, if you really like their product, if you like what they say, subscribe to them. Double check, make sure you're subscribed after a month because sometimes things happen. Sometimes you won't actually be subscribed and you have to click the bell. The bell's broken. You might not get that notification 70% of the time, but still try for it. And guys like Biggus Geekus, he is out there. He is providing an actual service for gamers now that we've not had before. And I really suggest all of you at least bookmark that site, biggeekemporium.com, and check them out. They've got good prices. They have an amazing set of products. They are supporting the indie writers in the hobby right now. Thank you, Joe, for showing up today.
You're very welcome. Biggus Geekus on YouTube, also on biggeekemporium.com, also Twitter, Big Geek Emporium. So we're also on Facebook. It's Biggus Geekus podcast because somehow somebody else liked Biggus Geekus, and there's an actual other Biggus Geekus Facebook page for some reason that's not active.
Yeah.
So
Ironcaster says he was not subscribed before, but he is now.
Thank you very much, Ironcaster. All right. Yes, that in Legion of Myth notes that he got unsubbed. Looks like from Bloodworth. I think some folks got unsubbed from us as well, and once we brought it to their attention, they're like, "Oh, why am I unsubbed? It's weird." Anyway, it's a YouTube thing. Yes, come visit us. Visit the store. See if there's anything there you like, and drop us a line. Come to our YouTube live stream. We also release the audio podcast. So if you don't have the time to sit in front of a screen to hear us talk for 2 hours or watch us talk for 2 hours, we do release it as a podcast. Biggus Geekus podcast. It's all over the internet. So take care, Bruce.
Thank you, Joe, for coming on today, sir.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to the chat for coming by.
All right. And that was our friend Joe from Biggus Geekus. Him and Randy run a really nice podcast, and I'd say 90% of the time you'll see them on a Tuesday night on their channel at 6:30 Eastern Standard, 7:30 for people like myself in the Central Standard Time. There are times where they will have things happen. They are married men. They have events in their life that are more important than the hobby, and they have to take care of families. So you'll see them pop up sometimes on a Thursday night or whatever night. And lately, Biggus Geekus has been making the rounds. And I should actually say Joe has been making the rounds more than Randy. Not that Randy isn't important to them, but Joe has been the main spearhead getting this emporium set up. And this was a needed thing for me to do for my channel, to have him on, because he's been almost everywhere else that I know of over the past 3 weeks. And I think it's great. I think it's wonderful that he actually got Big Geek Emporium up off the ground. And I've been introduced to quality people through Legion of Myth and others within our sphere of, I guess you'd say, influence. But I'm looking forward to seeing their products they have available grow, and being able to read the products that my friends and associates that I've met through Legion of Myth, Biggus Geekus, Shadow and Sun. I want to read these things that these guys have. I know I don't have enough time for all of it. I'll never be able to roll and play a campaign for every game I buy. I know this. But as a gamer, there are times when you pick up a book and you're like, oh my gosh, this is really a cool idea. I'm going to steal this for my own campaign or for my own game I'm writing or for whatever I'm doing. I've got to use this because this is a better idea than what I had before. And that's the wonderful thing about gaming is that you really can't copyright rules. You can't. You can't trademark something like roll a d20, add your bonuses. If it exceeds this, you have success. That's not something you can trademark. Not yet, at least. I know our society is going downhill. I know that things in this world are becoming more and more constrictive, which is why somebody like Joe stood up and said, I want to have an emporium where you can sell products. I want to have a place where if you believe that this product could sell and it's not against the rules for the United States, you can sell this product. And thankfully, we still live in the United States of America, which is mostly free. And we can have opinions. We can have dissertation. We can have discussions on why certain things are really good. Why is the free market good? Well, let's discuss it. Unfortunately, there's too many people in America that believe and rely on cronyism or crony capitalism. But thankfully, in our hobby, that's not a big driving force. Legion of Myth says, yeah, I was unsubbed from DM Bloodworth for 2 weeks and I did not know it, though he still has me banned and doesn't know it. Wow, I didn't know you were banned. Okay. I haven't listened to Bloodworth for about a month, and it's nothing against him, it's just I don't have time. And I wish I had time, but that's how that works. We're going to go for about another 3 to 5 minutes here, so I'm going to start wrapping this stream up. I almost have this figurine finished, or finito, as I call it. The thing on my future, tomorrow night, me and Janet from Another Planet, my wonderful co-host, the one lady who classes up my YouTube channel, and she really does. She's an amazing lady. She discusses movies with me on Mondays, and we will be discussing the 1994 action classic. I only review movies that are older than 10 years old. So if there's any spoilers for these films, that's your ass for not watching it before. But we don't worry about that because even if you know how something ends, it shouldn't really detract too much from the excitement you had. You should still be able to enjoy the movie True Lies, even though I will tell you how it ends. That movie should not be detracted from anything Bruce Lombardo says. Legion of Myth says, DM Bloodworth went on to BAM a spam bot and got me on accident, since I can't type in his chat unless I use my personal account. Next time I see Bloodworth on live, I will make sure I mention this to him. And if others that are friends of Max and Bloodworth see that, that would be very much appreciated, because it is nice to not be mistaken for a spam bot. And Max is not spam. Hey, T-Shirted Historian has decided to join our chat. Hello, T-Shirted Historian. How are you today?
Hey, Bruce. How you doing?
Pretty good. How have you been?
I got crud from my job a couple weeks ago, and I'm still kind of recovering from it. So I'm enjoying hacking and coughing and basically feeling like somebody who smoked cigarettes for the last 49 years.
That is disgusting.
It is.
I'm sorry to hear that. I had pneumonia last year. That was brought on by the coof. And then I went to the hospital, and they gave me staph infection.
Yay!
And then they gave me remdesivir to fight it all, and I about died. So Jesus. I empathize with you.
Man, that's rough. Yeah, I had COVID last year, too. It wasn't that severe, but I'm still feeling the effects of that, too. I never quite got my sense of smell and taste back 100%.
I got my sense of smell and taste back. I gained back almost all the weight that I lost. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, I would have liked to have lost some weight during that, but no.
Well, I was on hospital food, so it was really 30 pounds later.
Yeesh.
That was that. I don't want to repeat that again. I don't care what I have to do, but I'm going to do everything I can not to catch coof again. And so far, my antibodies are staying strong, and they're even with the rise in cases. Supposedly, I'm doing very well. I'm sorry to hear that you got the crud, though. I've had the crud, or what I called it was a seasonal flu, and that's what it sounds like you've got since you're hacking up everything under the sun.
Yeah, it's like my doctor tells me. This is where you work. It's basically a big giant petri dish, and I'm like, yeah, I know, but it's where I work.
Yeah, I get that. I walked into a Whataburger last year, and that was how I got my illness.
Eesh.
Yeah, I got sneezed on by a small child. Like Max has a big problem with monkeys. I just don't like kids. If you're a creature under 8 years old, you need to be in school or at home, but not the hell around me. And that's my own personal opinion. It's not that I don't like kids. I don't like parents. It's the parents that I have problems with. The kids are the product.
Both.
Yeah. So have you been playing any video games lately, since social gaming is probably out of the store for you?
Oh, I play this and that on video games. I really like the Spider-Man remastered. That's been fun.
I heard about that before I got banned off Twitter.
Are you banned again?
I got banned again.
What?
I showed a photo. We're almost 2 hours in the stream. Let me see if I can find this photo that I shared on Twitter.
I so did not know that. I really need to keep up with your Discord.
Oh, it's all right. My Discord is hard to follow sometimes because there's a lot that's on there.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I shared this photo.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
And apparently someone at Twitter got offended. And I thought it was hilarious because we always talk about things like, how dare you put pineapple on pizza?
Very true. Yeah, people who put pineapple on pizza are they're sad, man.
I don't care what you put on your pizza. I'm not eating it. You could put anchovy, pineapple, and serrano peppers on it. That's fine. Go on ahead.
Serrano pepper actually might be good though.
Serrano peppers are amazing, but just with anchovies and pineapple.
Yeah, that would no. Have you tried green chili pizza?
I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
Some places you can actually order green chiles on your pizza, and it's amazing. I mean, just by itself, you don't have to put anything else, just cheese and green chiles, and it's a really nice flavor. I recommend it highly.
Papa Cotton says the only people who complain about pineapple eat anchovies. Wow.
Well, that's not a lie. I do eat anchovies. I don't eat them all the time, but I prefer anchovies to pineapple. So
I don't have a real preference on that, because there's been times where I've made pineapple pizza with ham and bacon, and the sweet and the salty get together and they have a great medley together. That's what I'll say.
That for me, it's like the pineapple always makes the pizza taste like cottage cheese because it mixes with the mozzarella, and it's just like, no. But
Harry Gasser's like, you don't want Mexican pickles?
He's talking about jalapenos.
Jalapenos come into play when I have a pizza with barbecue sauce, and I'm going to say better than good sauce out of HEB. Their mustard blend, their mustard blended sauce, and then use that, and you add skirt steak sliced into strips, and then you put your grilled jalapenos on that, and that right there is amazing.
It sounds wonderful. I would eat that all day.
Oh yeah, it's one of those give you a diabetes pizzas. Papa
Already
Cotton
got it,
Ford says, that's absolutely disgusting. Green chili pizza? You're a psychopath.
Well, no, Papa Cotton, I'm not a psychopath, but I play one on Saturday nights, when I'm doing Lord Baphomet. So, actually, I am getting lots of role-playing games done because I'm gaming like 4 nights a week. So, as a matter of fact, tonight I've got I'm playing Wicked Ones with Animane over Discord. And then on Tuesday nights, I have my experimental game, which is I got my group to finally agree to it. I told them, I said, look, guys, I have got way too many games, way too many systems, and I want to actually get down and play some of these and see if they're any good. The only way we can do that is if we dedicate a night to where I can actually run some of this stuff and we check it out for ourselves and see how we like it. So for the past few months, I've been picking a different game every Tuesday, and we run about 2 or 3 sessions of it, and we see how we like it. And we've had some interesting results so far. My friend runs his games on Thursday nights, and then I run my other game on Friday nights. And currently, I'm running Worlds Without Number, which, man, I can't stop saying good things about Kevin Crawford games. I love his stuff so much.
See, I'm hoping that Joe gets that over at his Big Geek Emporium.
Me too.
That's something that I keep hearing about is Worlds Without Number and Star Adventure. And right now, I missed the last sale they had at Troll Lord for the Star Siege and Stargate Warden. I could have got it, and I would have been fine, but I didn't know. I didn't know because sometimes things happen like a relative dies, and what money you had saved, you just spent erroneously on a hobby. Now you have to make a 1,200-mile trip one way to go see family and bury a relative. And
Ooh, I'm sorry.
I'm one of these people that, like, last time I burned myself in 19, 3 days later, my grandfather died. And then we will go again, and in 2016. I knew my grandfather, his kidneys had shut down, but my mom and dad said, don't come to the funeral. We don't know when that's going to be. Just come whenever you're able to. And so I went through my days off, not knowing what was going on, thinking he would live another 2 weeks because I was planning on making a trip up there in 2 weeks, and he died while I was at work. I'm like, ugh. So I have to leave Midland and drive up to Illinois, which took me about a day. And I made good time, made it 12 hours later. I was where I was supposed to be at, and we buried him. And then in 2014. No? Yeah, 2014 he died. And I had a vacation right before that, thinking I was going to get my vacation, 2 weeks of work, another week off because of how work falls, and I would go up to Illinois during the week off I have. Nope, he died while I was at work, so I had to leave work for a week and take care of business, and I came back down, and I just stayed in Midland for an extra 3 weeks, which was not fun. I wish we would have been working in Abilene. That's all I'm going to say. Or Lubbock. Anywhere but Midland.
Yeah, I lived in Midland for a short time, and I agree, it sucks.
I just
could have been worse though. Could have been Odessa.
Both of those places suck.
Yes, they do.
I had an offer on the table. This guy called me, let me know about a month ago that I had an open account on some, I think it was Indeed.com or something like that, where they found my resume. And I'm like, you still have a hazmat? Yeah, I have a hazmat. Well, we ran your information that we have access to, and you would qualify for this job. You'd be working with acid, and you'd be driving tankerfuls of acid around Texas, and it'd probably take you about a full day to go there, load up, and come back. But we want you to start. Your starting wage is $170,000 a year. If you'd be amenable to that, but the only caveat is you have to live in Midland. And I'm like, no.
I was fine till you said that.
Yeah, I was kind of on board. Like, I would leave my job as a tradesman and go back into the oil field and drive around with hazardous caustic materials. And I would do ugly jobs. I'd be fine with it because I've worked with acid a lot in the past and never had a problem. And I mean, I have a record of safety. I have a record of teaching people MSDS sheets and how to put on your PPE and how to do these evolutions. I did this for a living for years.
Mm-hmm.
And you're willing to pay me double what I made before. Then I find out why. I got to move to Midland. No, pike that job. And that pretty much ended that conversation. They were really upset. They thought they had me. Like, oh, he'll come here. He'll move into Midland. He'll bring his family here, and he'll just put up with it. No, I won't. I'll earn 1/3 of that price, and I'll stay in San Antonio. I'll be happy.
Yeah, Midland definitely sucks.
For those of you that don't know what Midland's like, just imagine the most industrialized city you've ever been in with horrible traffic.
Oh, yeah.
And it takes you 45 minutes to go through 3 cars at the drive-through line at Taco Bell. I've documented this over 20 times. The 3 Taco Bells that I used to go to in Midland are miserable.
Yeah, and schools are not much better over there either. They pack them like, 40, 50 kids to a class, and they just, for PE, they make them run around the track and stuff like that. I'm just kind of like, nah,
I'm good.
no, thank you. I'm not gonna take kids into that environment, and I'm not gonna deal with any of that shit.
No.
And it's just not a nice place anyway.
Not really at all. I mean, you can't have a garden in Midland. The soil won't support it. Can't have a nice piece of property in Midland because the oil field's already there and they've put 17 pump jacks on the acreage. You know, it's just you're not going to enjoy your time there. Iron Capture says my job was delivering the acid to wash jeans in the 1980s. Ooh,
oh, wow,
man, give me a couple of years extra. Thanks, Iron Capture.
I when I lived in Midland, I lived in a trailer park, so that was the worst of the worst. So you can imagine how nasty that shit was.
I'm hearing a lot of police sirens and a lot of domestic disturbances, and you're worried if your neighbor is going to blow up the trailer court with his meth experiment because he found some guys in the oil field that will buy from him. It's just not a healthy environment, kids. It really isn't. Stay where you're at. I used to tell people all the time, move to Texas when the oil field's going good. You'll make money. You will for about a year, and then you'll get laid off, and you're going to be job hopping the rest of your life if you try to stay in it.
Yeah, I got a friend who had some of that oil field money, so of course he went out and bought himself a big ass H3 and then had it all painted up in Dallas Cowboy colors and Dallas Cowboy logos and all that other shit. He doesn't work there now, and I'm kind of like, well, Bobby, how do you like your gas mileage now? Especially with the $5 man, it was $50 to fill my car up the other day. And I'm not talking about like, diesel or Supreme or any of that bullshit. We're just talking about just regular old 87.
I'm going to come off as a snob here. Do you have QT or Quick Trip fuel stops up where you live?
No, not down here.
Okay, good. You're further up north than I am, but the reason why I asked is that QT is a station that you see a lot from Austin on south. I don't go north of Austin that much, but occasionally I will. And it's a popular fuel station. They've got 24 of them in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
And they've replaced a lot of the older Exxon stations that were here. And they offer a 90 octane, no ethanol fuel.
Nice.
So my fuel economy, because my engine runs at a lower temperature, went from 33.5 miles per gallon. And I drive a 6-speed Honda Civic 1.5 turbocharged, standard ass piece of shit from 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And I went from 33.5 to 37.5. on my fuel economy. I'm not really
Yeah.
doing it for the economy. I'm doing it for my engine block. I need it to run at a lower temp. I live in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, that does a world of difference. And Sam's will sell you non-ethanol fuel down here as well, but I don't know if you have that up where you're at.
We do have a Sam's. Yeah, I could check it out. I run flex fuel on my car, so it'll handle just about anything. But
I'm from Illinois. Mm-hmm. The reason why I do that is that as much as I love corn, I don't agree with corn being a fuel additive.
No.
You're taking a food commodity and changing it, repurposing it, so you can create an artificial price inflation for something that we don't need. If we would take ethanol out of our fuel, it would make things so much better here. You would have cheaper prices of food and cheaper prices of gas. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you know that is why they had the cane sugar drinks coming back a few years back?
Because of the fuel additive, yes.
Mm-hmm. Because they were using up all the corn for the fuel additive, and so these companies, all the big Coke companies like Pepsi and Coke and all that stuff, couldn't get as much of that corn to put that horrible, high fructose corn syrup in their drinks. So yeah, they started putting the cane sugar back in and saying, "Oh, look, it's retro. Try this. It's retro." And I'm kind of like, "You fucking bastards! You're spending some money either way."
I actually prefer the cane sugar because I'm not a big fan of high fructose corn syrup.
Ditto. Well, I'm diabetic, so I can't drink either one of them. But if I have to get one or the other, I'm going to take the cane sugar. I've been to Dublin a couple of times, and they had already lost their Dr. Pepper license at that time. But Dublin makes their own drinks now, and man, they taste good. I mean,
Dublin, Ireland?
No, man, Dublin, Texas.
Okay, I'm a Southern Texas person, so if you could do me a small favor. And please enlighten me on Dublin, Texas. What is it?
Okay.
What does Dublin, Texas have? I'm a noob.
Okay. Dublin, Texas, for years and years and years, grew up around the Dr. Pepper bottling plant that they had there. And the Dr. Pepper was such a central part of their town and their economy that they had like Dr. Pepper Day and all this Dr. Pepper memorabilia and everything else. And they were also like one of the oldest Texas plants to make Dr. Pepper, and they always made it with the cane sugar. So, of course, it tasted awesome. And people...
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, it's awesome. And people would drive for miles, after they changed the formula, to Dublin just to get Dublin Dr. Pepper. And that's the way they started marketing it. They started actually putting that on the bottles, Dublin Dr. Pepper. Well, all the areas around Dublin, like Dallas, Waco, and all these other places started going and buying up all the Dublin Dr. Peppers with the Dublin, Texas on there. That pissed off the Snapple Beverage Corporation, which had control of Dr. Pepper at that time, and they shut that Dr. Pepper plant down, and it almost killed that town. But they still have other cane sugar drinks that they make over there, and they produce for other companies like Cheerwine and their own line of stuff, and they're still going. I've heard the economy's been hit pretty hard over there, but still, it's pretty amazing. And they do have a neat Dr. Pepper museum there too, if you ever get a chance to go.
I'll check that out because I do like touring Texas. Last year was the first year I made it to the Strawberry Festival in Poteet, which is just about 20 miles away from here. But it was the first time I actually had the ability to go to the actual festival. And I don't know if you're a beer drinker or not, but Shiner, the wonderful people of Shiner Beer have a flavor, a strawberry blonde beer that comes out every March that uses the strawberries out of Poteet. And Ironcaster says, up here, it's Fago as a go-to drink and Verner's when you're sick. Verner's I've had before.
I've had both. They sell Fago here, and it's actually one of the cheaper drinks that you can pick up.
Yeah, it's not a real high tier price point. It's a kind of like a HEB or Sam's Club brand price point, if I remember right. And that's not a bad thing. Go ahead.
No, you're right. I was agreeing with you.
Like today, I mean, I'm having a craft beer out of Mexico, this Estrella Jalisco.
I know that one.
Yeah, this is a really good beer. I'm a horrible, dirty, rotten honey person, and so I always pour a little bit of honey in my my beer because I like honey.
Kind of gets rid of the bitterness.
It does. It gets a little bit of a sweet aftertaste. If you live in New York, you will know about Dundee Honey Brown, and they stopped making that a nationwide brand about 2 years ago, which makes me so sad. But that was the beer that I first tried honey brown with. Oh, it's my favorite beer. But we found a local brewer house that does have a honey ale, and it's really good. That would be Guadalupe Brewing Company on Solis Road between New Braunfels and San Antonio. So they also have good pizza. If you want to come down, we'll meet there as a good midpoint. Actually, we'll have to measure one of these days. We'll do the GPS mapping and we'll hang out somewhere. Although I do recommend we just go to Night Watch Games.
That might be kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, our hobby store here in town, I guess they're doing okay. They're still doing Magic the Gathering. They still have their wargaming tables and stuff set up, and I'm guessing that people still play miniatures games and stuff like that. I haven't seen a lot of board game play when I'm over there, but I'm told it happens. They still sell a lot of board games. Mm-hmm.
Brenda from Night Watch Games was telling me that she's been doing a lot more board game sales than anything else, and the people that come in are rotating from RPGs to more board games right now because of the fact you can just set up a board game and within 3 to 4 hours you have a start and a completion. And that's why that's selling so hard as it is, because a lot of people are getting out of the mindset where we want to do campaign play at the store. They don't want to do that. They'll buy an RPG, but it'll be played at home or in the garage or somewhere like that. But for a social environment, the board games work out a lot better.
Mm-hmm. You were talking about D&D 1 a little bit earlier. Ironcaster was out there in the audience.
We can throw grave dirt on that all day. And what did you say about the audience, sir?
Oh, I said Ironcaster's out there in the audience, and he was with me when we were... I guess for lack of a better word, we were roasting D&D 1 last week on my channel.
It deserves to be fried.
It does. It does. But one of the points that really disgusted me about the entire thing was how they led that whole video with the identity politics. And then later on, one of their designers reiterates so that the players can play themselves. Not play their characters. So
let me help you guys out. Some of you have forgotten this. Let me show you this movie.
I knew that'd get you going.
Is a thrilling adventure.
Okay. Let me pull this up. We're gonna toss some grave dirt on this piece of shit. Wizards, I hope you go fucking broke.
Dungeons and Dragons is a thrilling adventure. One we play together as dungeon master and players, but also an adventure itself. Now we stand at the start of a new generation of Dungeons and Dragons.
We're not really standing at the start of a new generation of Dungeons and Dragons players. We are merely going to sell these people the same memories they just bought 6 or 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why we need to do this. I'm also a guy that I remember the 480p television, projection televisions that were really big. I remember the 480. Sorry about that. I'm getting my phone set up here. I'm Legion of Myth says, I can finally see myself in a game. Yay! Wait, if I see myself, am I racist? I'm a white guy. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Okay, just remember Coyote and Crow Legion. You're still an ally as long as you buy the game, even if you have no intention of playing it and just to put it on your shelf. Just remember, you can still be an ally.
Papa Cotton says, this guy looks like an Adam Conover. Oh, God. Adam Conover clone reject. Wow, that's bad.
We kind of said he looked like, well, I said he looked like Master Onion from Parappa the Rapper.
Okay, who here else is a 1990s video game player?
It's an Ironcaster.
Hey, Ironcaster.
How we doing?
I'm so glad you came. I figured you would.
Well, it's like the Beetlejuice rule. You have to say my name enough times, and then I'll show up.
Okay.
All right, so
awesome.
we're going to get back into this video real quick. I'm going to pause it about every 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, you need to.
We're just going to dice the shit out of this.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
And
Legion, get in here and do this.
Introduce some of what's in store for us as we embark on an initiative that we call One D&D.
One D&D.
Loved fantasy, but I never saw myself as the hero because I didn't think it was possible for someone who looked like me, who acted like me, who was like me to be that hero.
Guess what, lady? You're not supposed to play you. That's the whole point of it. You're playing a fantasy. You don't look like a hobbit either, but is it going to stop you from playing a halfling?
Look, I don't look like a dwarf, but I like playing them.
Yeah, well, you have a beard like a dwarf. But...
I can't watch this again. You know what? She could play Pug Finder pretty well.
Yeah, she does kind of look like that, huh?
She's got that look. She looks like a human pug. And I know you're not supposed to throw shade at people for their immutable characteristics, but fuck you. This is like that person that like you meet him and you're like trying to find the adult. Where's your owner at? I want to pet you. Are you okay to pet? I know it's terrible, but
you notice that they don't put names to any of these people either.
No,
like they don't want you to know who did this. Because they know that you'll make fun of them on social media.
At least with One D&D, we want to make sure everyone is unique and represented. That's why we're not going to give any names for anyone on screen.
Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ, you put this shit in my face again. I got my cats running now. That fucking whore just scared the shit out of my house. Jesus Christ, you say she looks like a pug. Dude, I fucking hate pugs. They're not dogs. I wouldn't touch that bitch with a 10-foot pole. And that had a pokey end on it. Jesus fucking Christ. Who wants to be represented like her anyway? She's out there at the fucking game going, oh, nothing represents me. Nobody wants to be represented by you. Jesus fucking Christ.
Hi, Max.
How's everybody doing?
I'm doing great now.
I don't have a lot of time. I'm still working on the videos, but I figured I'd come in and pop in and say I already ranted about that dumb bitch on a couple of videos. And you know what? All I can say is this is one thing I didn't say on any video so far, but I thought about this when talking with somebody last week. I hope she was paid well to say that, because then you know what? Then it's worth it. She got paid to say some dumb shit, and you know what? You pay me, I'll say some dumb shit too. But other than that, if she actually believes this, let me be better than that. Since we know Twitter believes that, this is why Twitter needs to die in a fire. And I don't know how Bruce gets banned twice and I can't get banned once. Fucking Biggus Geekus goes out there and gets banned for shit I say twice as bad as him. I intentionally used the word tard and retard in multiple tweets since then. I still can't get banned.
People are just looking to cancel Bruce. That's the difference, I think.
I think that's the thing with me, though, too, is I think I'm blocked by so many people. They don't see it because so many times people post on my Discord, check this out, and be like, oh, check what out? It says I can't see it.
Same here. It's like I have so many people. I have people who I don't even know have me blocked. I'm like, when have I ever interacted with you. Why would you block me? But,
It's all blockchains and so forth.
yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out how like you get blocked by more people than I am. T-shirt.
Why? I say more controversial shit than you do, I think.
Do you on Twitter? Because I actually, I mean, compared to me, and I mean this as a compliment. I think you don't go off the deep end like like I do, for clicks.
You also don't delve into like the world of comic stuff.
True. I mean, I touch on it every once in a while, but I've said a few things and gotten piled on for it. Like the one time I was ranting. Well, I was venting, really. Okay. I mean, picture this. I have a friend I've been gaming with forever. He's a little older than me, but, experienced gamer, knows what he's doing, runs games, played games, etc., etc. He shows up at our table. It's been a while, and every time he keeps playing his character, he keeps on saying, so I walk over to them, and I say to him, and I'm just like, you don't have to keep saying, I do this. All you got to do is just do it.
That's weird because at my table, that's actually what I want you to say. I want you to be in your character's headspace, so you're doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You mean as your character or...
Oh, as your character, you're in your character's headspace. Therefore, I don't like out of character talk. So,
right.
So it's like I'll say things like, so I'm gonna walk over here and I'm gonna punch that orc in the face because I see myself as my character when I'm playing.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. Anyway, I was venting about that. I was just like, man, how is it that a player I've known for all this time still makes that same basic mistake? Makes me so aggravated. And I had a couple of friends who said, yeah, I agree with you. That's just some bad form. I mean, well, the Rainbow Squad decides to stick its nose into my ass and immediately starts a pile up. You sound like a gatekeeper. Oh, some people can't help that they only have that level of ability. You shouldn't be criticizing them for that. And all of a sudden I'm like, that's not what I was doing. First off, you don't know you don't have any idea of the context of what I was saying or anything else. You just read my comment and then you just assumed the absolute worst, like I'm a fucking monster that randomly chastises players. You suck as a player.
Is that what you actually responded back to him? Because I think I understand the problem now.
Yeah.
Because for me, when they come off on me like that, I treat them like the pieces of shit that they are, and I don't even try to reason with them. I troll them even harder.
You literally want to treat them like they belong in a septic tank. They are the bacteria that nobody needs to see.
Well, I tried to be reasonable at first. I was kind of like, no, guy, look, this is how it happened, and I found out really quick that doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, Twitter isn't a real place. I honestly, if somebody responds to one of my saying, "Oh, you're just another gatekeeper," I'm like, "Yep, yes, I am," and I cannot wait because you troglodytes are getting pushed back into your little caves. You're going to be back there touching each other because you're not going to have anything else to influence soon. It's going to take us some time, but we're punching you all in the face. And I do everything. Like I incite violence. I had one little Twitter hiccup when I told somebody to go play in traffic, where apparently that means I'm asking him to commit suicide. So
don't forget to use the word chud. They love that word.
Oh yeah, chud.
Oh, I got to start doing that then. If that's actually something. So now I say, you know what? I'm not telling you to go play in traffic, but if you should do so, I won't care. To get around Twitter's nonsense. But yeah, I don't even give. I give some the time of day, but honestly, whatever they can say, and I love Twitter for me because it's not like sitting here where I just vent for a second, then an hour later say, man, I could have said this and that would have been so much better. I've got 5 minutes to think about it. So I try to fit what I can in the 288 characters and be as trolly as I can be. And then usually I'm blocked because they realize I'm somebody that they can't talk to.
Yeah, the chud thing is like, it's a word they love to throw out as an insult at anyone they disagree with. So start using it against them.
Okay, absolutely, will do.
Yeah, I actually hate Twitter because of the 288 character limitation. I'm kind of like, you guys know you could probably put more characters in this and avoid a lot of pointless bickering and bullshit because people can't elaborate on any of their shit in a single post.
Well, remember, it used to be 140.
Yeah, it's even worse. When did they raise it up? When
2 years ago or something?
Yeah, it
during the
wasn't
Trump
long ago.
presidency that allow him to say more? Or?
No, to
So
allow
he could-
people to yell at him harder.
Oh, okay.
I thought it
They
was just like
yelled
put
at
more
him a lot.
typos in.
Well, I use
Kofi.
it honestly for more hashtags. Instead of having like 1 or 2 hashtags in there, I'll have like 10 because I don't care. That's too many hashtags. You found the post apparently.
Yeah. There you go. I should probably start using hashtags, but I'm
TTRPG family, TTRPG community has D&D and D&D 5e will get you all the block lists that you want to be on.
And then you might as well throw an OSR for good measure because
Oh,
the
yeah,
people
yeah.
are going to hate you just for that one.
Oh, and well, if you're going to do that, you may as well also add in Comicsgate.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, Grim was actually involved in Comicsgate. So just by associating with him,
With Comicsgate, I thought he was Gamergate.
Gamergate.
I was Gamersgate. Yeah, that's right. Gamergate. Yeah, sorry. Comicsgate's the new one, isn't it?
You
I get my gate mixed up.
Well, no. Comicsgate was like 2017, 2018 is when that started.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, somewhere around there. It's got its own little factionalism as well.
Became a household name for journalists.
They're still blaming Gamergate for everything, though, to this day. Just funny. But...
Oh yeah, Trump got blamed on Gamergate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Or rather, Gamergate. They said Gamergate allowed for the rise of Trump.
Oh, well.
Nope, I got nothing. I mean, I do, but nope.
Max, you're the guy who just went on a frothing at the mouth rant over this woman on from D&D 1. You really?
That's because I actually had to look at her.
I didn't realize how much of a pug she looked like until I looked at her just now. Because usually I don't watch this video, but I saw it now and I'm like, God, why not get the ugliest, most unfuckable thing you can get on there and say, as a 3 charisma individual, as a person who has negative comeliness, I've never been represented in game.
Here, how about this?
Actually, they just released an ad. They just released an article on D&D Beyond about how to play high charisma characters without being all silver tongued and everything now. So now didn't let you know how to play your charisma.
Do they not understand what the word charisma means?
They don't have it, so of course they don't.
Oh, there you go. Good. They are representing themselves. Bruce, I want you to do something for me. Close your eyes for just a moment. Stop painting. Close your eyes. I want you to imagine this. You're looking at that chick in her thicker glasses that are almost as bad as mine, and she's barking at you. And then she shakes her head and her saliva goes all over your face.
Jowls.
I don't get it, man. It's like, I couldn't imagine anybody who doesn't look like me act like me, and I'm kind of like, well, of course they don't act like you, because people back in in a medieval kind of a setting are not going to be like you. They're not going to be concerned with their approval ratings and all that shit. They're going to be worried about trying to survive. Will my fucking vegetables be killed off by the winter harvest or by
What's
winter
my
this
farmer's
year?
social status score?
Yeah.
I don't. Why do I not have a social status score? I got strength, charisma, hit points, and all this nonsense, but no social status. This game's racist.
I need a blue check mark for my prize-winning goat.
You don't get that until level 4, and that's a feat you have to take. It's a level 4 feat.
Level 4 feet for farmers.
That sounds like a social credit score penalty.
Yes. When
Instead
do
of
I
experience
get
points? You get followers.
the man who sold me this short-handled hoe is repressing me.
Whoa! We
What?
do not disparage people in, say, less than savory professions.
No, not that kind of hoe, like an actual digging hoe.
My point
So now it has to have a job?
Yeah.
gold digging hoe. Yes, that's what dwarves are. They're gold digging hoes.
Oh, is that what it is?
I'm sorry.
Actually, I need to issue a challenge out on Twitter just to see what people will do about this. But I want to ask people, it's like, what the fuck are gnomes? What are they good for? Why do they exist? Because it's like they've lost all of their characters. I mean, they're like stunted dwarves.
They're good for lawn darts.
The original gnomes are the way that they're unfortunately portrayed now. Because I'm a guy who loves playing gnomes.
Really? Okay. So what is their purpose? What are they? They're not they're not halflings. They're not quite as good enough to be halflings.
They're halfway. The simplest way of saying it, they're halfway between elf and dwarf. So while they weren't as wise as elves, they were smart, actually smarter than elves. They were nature-based. You could talk to squirrels, come on. But they also shared some of the characteristics of a dwarf. So now that isn't why I played them. I liked them just more of the background stuff. But it was with Dragonlance and then World of Warcraft. And I love my Dragonlance, don't get me wrong, but this is one of the things that Dragonlance unfortunately screwed up.
No, I agree.
With the stupid Tinker Gnomes, and then World of Warcraft taking that on, that turned them into these weird little mechanoid. I don't know what to call them, but yeah, I actually see them now more, like you said, as stunted dwarves than as gnomes. The entire natural aspect of what they were was taken away.
Yes, I agree. Somebody really needs to find them a new niche and maybe an appearance that is kind of more original.
But the gnomes of Pathfinder are creatures of the Fae, and they literally need to have constant seasonal change in their life. They cannot be stunted in their experiences. The moment they do, they start to age. They start to get gray hair. They start to get wrinkles. They start to wither. And gnomes in Pathfinder are written that way. That's how they're supposed to be.
I want to say it was Ironcaster, and you can correct me if I'm wrong if it wasn't you, sir, but I remember actually watching your show, T-Shirt Historian, a few weeks ago, and he reminded me of something that I did, and I think sounded like he even went further with it, is I used to be big into the occult, kind of like, Pundit. And, so I actually use gnomes as earth elementals. And that might not have been you, Ironcaster, but it was somebody that was on your show there, and we were kind of chatting back and forth on that. And while I'm not saying that's the way it should be in D&D, I'm a purist when it comes to IPs, but that is maybe using that idea a way to bring them back, make them more like what the traditional Earth Elemental is.
Or see, I was just going to say they're just femboy dwarves.
Ooh, yeah. Bruce just dropped his shit.
I mean, look at them and tell me they're not.
Yeah, they are.
I liked them because they had they had a drop in wisdom, and I always picture. I've said this since high school, so I mean I'm 49, so however long ago that was. Where I used to say, what I like about the gnome is I can be the idiot savant. I can have my face in a book, and I can look at nature, and I can know all the technical aspects of it while I'm walking in the middle of traffic, kind of like that Bugs Bunny cartoon where cars are just zipping by you.
Well, we took a look at the playtest for D&D 1 to see what they were doing with all the races, and gnomes apparently got quite a beefing up. So my thought is everybody at D&D kind of figured out that nobody's really playing those.
But how do you beef them up? To be fair, and I'm asking this legitimately, how do you beef them up and not take away something else's shtick? Because like I said, even going back, they're really just a hybrid elf dwarf. That's how I saw them anyway, oversimplifying. Nowadays, they're just some sort of weird technical, I don't know, jeweler, autistic scientist or something. I haven't quite figured out what they're supposed to be. How do you give them a niche without making them a crazy caricature? I'm sorry, bump them up within that niche without just making them a crazy caricature.
Well, the Arslings, we're not going to talk about those because those are ridiculous, but yeah, my Victor named those for us. But so gnomes in D&D 1, still 3 to 4 feet tall, 30 foot, but they have a 30-foot move speed now, so they move as fast as humans.
What?
Yeah,
everything has like the 30-foot speed.
Yep, everything has a 30-foot speed.
Tell me that's just for the play test.
Well, it's in the play test, so that's what's going into the book.
You can be a 2-foot tall human with a 30-foot movement.
Mm-hmm. You can be a 2-foot tall human with a 30-foot move speed. Their lifespan 425 on average. They have dark vision of 60 foot. The first thing they get is gnomish cunning, which is awesome because you have advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. Yes.
No.
They never had a wisdom bonus. They've never been good and wise.
Well, they don't have any stat adjustments because all the new races don't have all the races don't have stat adjustments anymore. That's all going to be part of your background. So yeah, but gnomes have advantages on 3 saving throws. They're all mental saving throws, but still, it's just like wow.
Hey, everybody out in the audience and people who listen to this later, please play Palladium books because fuck D&D.
Yes.
Or
buy
for free league. Forbidden Lands. Play Forbidden Lands.
or buy anything from Kevin Crawford because he loves you much more.
Worlds Without Number, Stars Without Number, yeah.
Yeah. Wolves of God, yeah.
At this point, play Monarchs of Mao or Pugfinder.
Yeah. Let's see. Gnomish lineage. Okay, so Gnomish lineage grants you supernatural abilities depending on your Gnomish lineage, which is Forest Gnome, Rock Gnome. Forest Gnome is the lineage of magic-filled forests. So that kind of covers Bruce's Pathfinder gnomes. And there's Rock Gnome, the lineage of primeval mountains. So
Weren't those called dwarves?
No, they're gnomes.
Oh, okay.
And
Rock
anyway,
Gnomes
but
were in second edition, actually.
I know they were, but they weren't really a true sub race. I know that the Gnomes Handbook brought them out, but that was more of an NPC type thing, supposed to be up until that stupid. Look, I love my 2E, and I will stand by 2E till the day I die, only because I have to. But when I look at a lot of it now, I look as like, oh, this is just 5E in different clothing. Damn it.
well, let's see, the lineage
You don't have
gives
to
you.
look at that in that spectrum. Okay, you can look at it to where like this was a better game before 2014. Then they ruined everything.
Forest gnomes get a minor illusion cantrip. They can speak with animals as a castable trait.
Just any animal? Because it used to be before, like I think it was only rodents or woodland rodents or something like that.
Nope. You can also cast the speak with animals spell with this trait straight up.
Oh, but it's a spell you have to cast. Okay.
But it's built into the race now. You can cast it with the trait a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
you
before
regain
it was small woodland animals. That's what it used to be.
that's all of them now.
Okay.
You don't want that bear to kill you. Please, Mr. Bear.
Hey, boo boo. Looks like I got a gnome to eat.
You can also use any spell slots that you have to cast a spell. So, like, if you had extra spell slots, you could always use that in place of it. And then rock gnomes get mending and prestidigitation cantrips automatically. So, yeah, there you go. That's your new gnome. Like, we thought, wow, gnomes are kind of overpowered now.
And then you look at the dwarf.
Yeah.
They get nerfed?
No, they got tremor sense in a 60-foot radius, so invisibility doesn't mean shit to them now.
Oh wait, so they can feel like seismic activity through their feet?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, you know what? Sure, dwarf, you can do that once you call yourself a halfling and stop wearing shoes.
They also have all kinds of affinities for working with tools, and they have dwarven toughness, so they get more hit point increases, and dwarven resilience, so they have poison damage resistance and dark vision. And
Okay, well, now that's part of the old dwarf. Back in the day, had the Constitution bonus for save versus poison.
yeah, well, they don't get a Constitution.
They also basically did away with the hill dwarf and the mountain dwarf, so it's just dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to me, you know what? I hate to say it, but I'm okay with that because I don't like. It's one of those things that I used to like, but I've just now kind of gone back and said, not so much anymore. I don't like those weird distinctions. There's one elf, there's one dwarf, there's one gnome. If you want diversity, you play human.
Well, there's 3 elves now, and they all get different powers, like powers at 1st level, powers at 3rd level, and powers at 5th level, in addition to all the usual elven bullshit that you've come to know over all these years.
I actually don't mind that idea of getting stuff at different levels with it.
No, I don't mind that either, except for the fact that you're not going to see very many players getting it at 3rd and 5th level because D&D games only last like about 6 runs now.
That's right. Maybe that's how they're encouraging campaign play. Well, another thing that I read on Twitter, and I saw a bunch of tweets on this probably about a year ago. I know I was back in the States by then, so it was probably a year or so ago, where people are saying you should make sure that every adventure, every session ends with a level increase. I was like, are you kidding me? like the old school rule of thumb, and by rule of thumb, I mean this is just a concept. You don't have to follow it. It was 3 to 5 adventures, and each adventure could take 2, 3, 4 sessions. 3 to 5 adventures was a level, and like nobody's gonna wait that long to level up. Okay.
Are you serious?
No, yeah, he's serious.
Look, I even know grognards right now who don't like. Why are you playing D&D if you're not playing it to level up? Because I'm playing it to role play. I could play. I said this today on today's stream, and I've said it on a few of the other like Friday Chill streams. Where it's like I could play the same. If you told me today, like, hey, we're gonna make 3rd level characters. I just threw that out there. Whatever. 3rd level characters, but we're never gonna level up because my campaign is just developed for 3rd level characters from beginning to end, and we might be playing it a year or two. I'd say okay. Like I don't need to level up. All I need is for the character to be interesting, for the campaign to be interesting, and the rule system to be something that I can appreciate. Yes, a system does matter to me. So I could play a D&D game and we're never going to level up. Or if you do level up, I'm tripling the amount of experience points you need to level up. Like I'd say okay. Like that's never bothered me.
Yeah, we get to the orcs. This one always kind of makes me chuckle because their size is medium, but they list them at 6 to 7 feet tall. And these are not half orcs; these are full orcs. So you're able to play full orcs now, yeah, they don't have any stat bonuses. So despite the fact, I mean, you know, I don't know a lot of 7 foot tall people, but I do know a few 6 foot tall people, and they just generally tend to be bigger and girthier, and I don't want to get hit by them.
Right.
I mean, just, you know, they just tend to have a little bit more muscle mass.
Even when I was in martial arts, I was always the guy that was like a little rabbit running away from there. I'm like, I'm not going to let you hit me. It's not, no.
They get adrenaline rush as a bonus action so they can dash, which is, I don't know why you would take a dash action as a bonus action, but when you do it, you get temporary hit points equal to your proficiency bonus.
Wait, say that again about dash. What?
Adrenaline rush. You can take the dash action as a bonus action. When you do so,
that's what the Twitter guy was bitching about that I commented back and had him block me. And I had to tell him that he's an idiot because he doesn't understand that bioessentialism is actually a thing because these things are species and not. Oh, okay, that's what he was talking about. Got it.
Yeah. You have they have 60-foot dark vision because why not? Everything has dark vision.
I think that same guy was complaining about the idea of going into like tombs to like get. Oh yeah,
we commented on that today on RPG Digest. I don't know if that was the same person. It may have been, but yeah, that concept, the concept. I seriously believe that these weirdos think of stuff in their philosophy classes to bring up to say, what's the next thing we can do to anger people? Because I am still of the mindset that first of all, Twitter isn't a real place, but there's no way these people can actually believe this stuff. Like they just can't. No human being, and yes, I am dehumanizing them if they actually fall into this category, can actually think like that. It's seriously, it's this type of stuff that you shit out, put in your hand because you're a fucking monkey, throw it on the wall and sees it, but sticks because that's the only use for anything you said. You know, it's like we're always taught in brainstorming sessions, right? There's nothing off limits except for you all know, yes, there are things that are off limits. Whatever. You say it, you get told that's stupid, and you move on.
Well, they round out their abilities with powerful build, so they count as one size larger. For carrying capacity and weight, they can push, drag, or lift, which is kind of like, okay, you didn't actually give them a stat bonus to strength, but you gave them an ability to let them pick up stuff and carry it that was heavier.
But not punch harder?
They're just naturally better, Ed. They're just naturally stronger, but you just don't get the strength.
You turned them into pack animals. They're my slaves. Yes, I got our slaves.
Yeah, apparently they can rush or they can run really fast and get more hit points and they can carry heavy loads. And I'm kind of like, you know, the whole black as orc people thing starts to become more crystallized when you put it like this. But
I still have where you guys covered this in my watch later list. Do you discuss this there?
Which one?
Do you discuss the? Like, I guess you were talking about the actual video that we kind of stopped watching. I was just wondering if you discussed any of this there, because when you sent me that playtest, I sent it directly to Heathen Dog. So I was like, I don't care. I just literally don't care. So it's like so much so that I've had people on my Discord say, "When are you going to cover it?" I'm like, I'm not, because I don't care. It's D&D.
Yeah, we covered it on our show like 2 weeks ago. So
I'll be honest. I flushed most of that out of my memory. I'm like, I see nothing here worth keeping.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Maybe for a good laugh.
Well, I just think it's hilarious because they were talking about all the, trying to make it accessible and all this other stuff. So they homogenized all the races by not giving any of them any pluses or minuses, and they moved all that to backgrounds. Okay, but then on backgrounds, if you scroll all the way down to Gladiator, part of the feature of having a Gladiator background is you speak Orc. So what are they trying to say here?
So I have a serious question for you guys, and if you don't have an answer that you don't want to just blurt out right now, I think about that's fine. Maybe I can ask
42.
That's usually the right answer. Yes. What? So I've T-shirt. I'm sure you have, and probably Ironcasher as well. Might know that I think that all these problems started with 3rd edition. I'm starting to slowly think that maybe they started with 2nd edition, just we masked them better, but started with 3rd edition. But we're at this place now that whether you're a writer for, a narrative writer for storytelling, or you're a game designer, all of these changes that they're making about this homogenization and getting rid of these stereotypes, you want to call them that, and that not everything is an enemy. All of this works against normal storytelling. Other than virtue signaling, which I think is the answer, and that's what's sad. But outside of that, if you could give any other answer, what could be rattling through their noodles to want to do this? Because I mean, even if they're there to say, well, this is what Twitter wants, and we feel, when we want to be on the right side of Twitter, most of Twitter are bots anyway. So who's buying this? Who's buying into this nonsense?
That's what I want to know. Who's going to probably buy this shit?
I may have an answer for you, and you won't like it.
Okay.
I did not know this was a concept until not so long ago when I was getting up on itch.io just to see what the latest crap was. And they had this huge bundle of games to be sold. And it was for a good cause and all this. And I thought, okay, well, maybe I'll sink a little bit of money into this and help some folks out. Well, I noticed that half of the things being offered were lazy. But the other half, a lot of it was being sourced as solar punk role-playing games. And I was like, what the hell is solar punk? Exactly. That was my thought. What the hell is solar punk? So I asked Grim, I said, Grim, what is solar punk? And I found out it's a science fiction literary subgenre and art movement that envisions how the future might look if humanity succeeded in solving major contemporary challenges with an emphasis on sustainability, human impact on the environment, and addressing climate change and pollution.
Oh, so ESG under a different name.
I guess.
Well, you see, it's those commercials and trailers they make up to try to sell you on the idea of it, where like trees just magically bloom up all over the planet, and like it's amazing. We have like crazy design buildings and like everything's just like weirdly round.
Well, it gets more interesting. It says, contrasted to cyberpunk's use of a dark aesthetic with characters marginalized or subsumed by technology in settings that illustrate artificial and domineering constructed environments, solarpunk uses settings where technology enables humanity to sustainably coexist with its environment alongside Art Nouveau-influenced aesthetics that convey feelings of cleanliness, abundance, and equitability.
That sounds so exciting. I cannot wait to make a character in that game. What are my challenges?
It gets better. Hang on. Although solarpunk is concerned with technology, it also embraces low-tech ways of living sustainably, such as gardening, permaculture, regenerative design, positive psychology, metacognition, and do-it-yourself ethics.
So where's the challenge?
What?
It gets worse.
Two things. First of all, what is a do-it-yourself ethics other than I literally know what those words together mean? And if that's what it is, I'm slapping my forehead as an emoji right now. And two, the crap, I forgot. Oh, I now know where the barista came from.
Do-it-yourself ethics is building, modifying, or repairing things by oneself without the direct aid of professionals or certified experts. In other words, all those videos that you see on TikTok and everything about life hacks.
That's mechanics. That's science. That's not ethics. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Well, apparently that's part of do-it-yourself ethics.
Okay.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said TikTok.
Yeah. and further go on to this, and I'm going to listen to Max's head explode as I get through this one. Its themes may reflect on environmental philosophy, such as bright green environmentalism, deep ecology, and eco-modernism, as well as punk ideologies such as anarchism, anti-consumerism, anti-authoritarianism, anti-capitalism, civil rights, commoning, and decentralization.
Do they not know that everything they said going back and forth there is literally the antithesis of the word or the idea before it? To act like anarchism and capitalism are anti-capitalism are the same fucking thing. Jesus Christ, these people are retarded. Again, this is what happens. You go too many philosophy and gender studies classes. Get philosophy out of college because it's making people retarded.
Hold on. Did you say civil rights is part of punk?
Yes, civil rights is part of is a punk ideology now, apparently.
It went from fuck you, I won't do it, don't do it.
Look at Rage Against the Machine. I hate the band, but still, look at Rage Against the Machine back in the day. Oh, Against the Machine. Now they're Rage for the Machine.
Yeah.
Rage
That's
on
true. A lot of
behalf of the machine.
Yeah.
A lot of these punk guys have actually turned it around, and now they're
everything. They've completely sold out.
Mm-hmm.
I have to go to a safe space just after listening to this nonsense that you're saying and rock in the fetal position for like a half hour, because I literally cannot believe that there are people like, again, one random college student that just didn't grow up in any part of normal humanity. I could see doing something as stupid as this, but to have, like you said, like a lot of games or a society or a group outside of a fucking Jonestown commune that thinks like this, seriously, I hate humanity. And you know what? Emperor Palpatine was right. Wipe them out. All of
Bro,
them.
you're so on point. That is totally solar punk what you just said.
Well, my thought is if everything is shared equitably, there's plenty of land and there's no pollution, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then it's like, well, then how do you explain getting along with all these other things? Because it's like orcs are written about in many, many different settings. And one of the things that they all seem to hold in common is the fact that they don't farm.
Well, now they're going to. Oh, I did a video on that a couple years ago. You know the guy, what's his name? His name is Guy. How to Be a Great Game Master. Mm-hmm. He did a video. It will have to be at least a couple years ago. Again, I was in Germany when I did this one. But he was talked about what happens if an orc wants to have a vineyard. What if he was like, you know what, guys, I'm done clubbing people on the head. Let's go and start a farm. Well, of course,
they would then club him on the head for being weak.
That's yes. Oh my God, thank you. I want to give you a hug right now, except for I'm no homo. But seriously, yes, absolutely right. That's what I said in my video. Spot on. And people didn't like that. They're like, orcs can be intelligent. All sentient and sapient species have the ability to break out of the mold. Nobody is stuck in them. Like, bullshit. That's a racial trait. They want to expand and club people in the head, and they don't fucking farm because it's both not fun, nor do they want to do it.
Yeah, it's a product of their upbringing as much as anything else.
Well, then what if I dropped an orc off at your doorstep and you raised him like a human? He's still an orc.
Yep.
It's like society, man.
It's all society. It's all society's fault that these orcs act like this.
This is why I make the statement. When I come across this stuff on Twitter, I always make the same statement. So some of you guys have probably seen a lot of times are bored by it. But these are the type of retards that want to make a cat vegan because they don't. It's you know what? We can change it. We can change it. All it needs is protein. No, it's literally an obligate carnivore. The word obligate means it's obligated to. It has to eat meat. So you can't make a cat vegan. And everyone who has tried has actually poisoned their cats to some degree. You cannot do it. You know what? An orc is an obligate bash you on the header.
like look, I put food out for my cat. It won't stop the thing from going out and like ripping rabbits apart.
Yep.
Right.
I can assure you there's been plenty of fur cleaned up off the porch.
Oh boy.
Yeah, my cat who I can't get to play for any he's not a cat. I had to train him how to be a cat. It took about a year, and I mean that seriously. But I can tell you what, he's killed mice. He knows how to do that part of being a cat. And my wife's watching the stream. She's probably trying to figure out why is he screaming? His stream's over. But like my wife says, be super gay for a second. Thank you, friend Max.
Oh, her last name's Ryukyu, so that's like from
Well-
Ryukyu Kingdom, huh?
Yeah, well, she's Okinawan.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's not actually her. That's not her name, but yeah,
Okay.
that's
It
her
is on
online
YouTube.
handle. Yeah, fair.
Yeah. Okinawans are cool.
Yes. And if I don't say that, she'll have me killed. So yes.
Well, they voluntarily rejoined Japan. They didn't necessarily want to after
As
World
you say,
War II. but it's kinda
voluntarily.
like-
Yeah, 1972 rolls around. We're like, hey, back to Japan. They're like, oh, what? What just happened? Why are we driving on the other side of the road? What's going on here? But anyway, I got to stop ranting. I'll let you go back to angering me with the other nonsense that they're trying to.
I think we might have spent enough time with this pause, so we can continue.
We're watching a video, Bruce. Hey, we're watching. Take control of your show, man.
Yeah.
Who are interested in fantasy, who love storytelling, who enjoy spending time with their friends and creating these collective stories.
Well, you don't want people to spend time with their friends and families anymore. You don't want them to do that. You want them to do it digitally over the cold microphone and camera and shit. You don't want them to be together and hanging out and rolling dice.
Don't be coughing on my dice.
Yeah.
My miniatures are masked.
I just don't understand how they can look at the camera and say, we want you to spend time playing this game again, but we don't want you to do it at a game store. We want you instead to just buy it and run it on your Zoom meetings.
Yeah.
I'm really having my eyes twitch really hard at this shit. Anybody need to comment on this or no? Keep going.
No, go ahead. I need to take a bathroom break, but that doesn't stop you guys.
This is Dungeons and Dragons for people who use the word adulting.
Oh my god. A bunch of faggots.
Been around for 50 years, and there's very little that persists that long that becomes generational that people can really just not only share, but
You know what? This game could have been generational if you would have stopped at fucking second edition and just let us naturally create rule addendums from there instead of forcing us through the horse shit that Monty Cook made and you marketed. As much as I love Tolus, it would have been much better in second edition than third. That is fucking awesome.
You know how generational it is, Bruce?
What?
You know how generational it is? You play Pathfinder, and I play 2E if I'm going to play, and none of the crap that WotC made. So good generational stuff there.
Yeah, I know, right? There's absolutely not a thing that you play that has been made since the year 2000, actually 1999. You stopped. You're like, this is fucking stupid. There's better stuff out there I can borrow from. And there is. Every one of you guys out there that's got a channel, you can write your own material, make your own game, and create your own experiences that you'll probably never, quote unquote, evolve out of. Because you wrote those rules for a reason. You didn't put in built-in obsolescence. So
Well, you see, we at Wizards of the Coast have to inform you that our shareholders informed us we weren't selling enough books, and nothing sells like a player's handbook.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We stopped on discount John Goodman.
Okay, here we go.
literally hand down to their kids. What we want to do is just add to that legacy. We did a smart thing with fifth edition.
Who the fuck is going to hand down their fucking 5th edition books to their kids? I know grandkids that have their grandfather's D&D red box from 1981.
Well, I mean, also the idea that they wanted to go to the digital route, and how are you going to hand down your account?
Yeah, exactly.
Drive, kid. Here's my first iPhone. It has
for $99.99, you can hand this down to your next generation, and he can have a 1-year subscription to it.
Well,
Here,
not
Billy,
only that.
Billy. Here's a flash drive with my PDFs on it.
Dad, this doesn't read the same way as what they've got here. Your book looks like it's racist compared to all the changes that they've made 3 years later.
I was gonna say that exact same thing. It's like, yeah, except that the book that you hand them, like when they're 9 years old, and it's like, this one doesn't look like the one that I had. Why'd they change all this artwork and make it more corporate looking? And
why is there a disclaimer in front of humans saying all humans are evil? Play something else that is more aligned with your spirit animal.
Yeah, except you can't play orcs unless you're black or something. I don't know.
Well, you can't
don't
play
know what
orcs
it is.
unless you're black, but by all means, you better not stereotype them by using words thug and brutish and violent, because otherwise you're right back in some sort of appropriation, racism, istophobia, whatever. What can I call it? Orc. What's your name? I go by orc. What's your pronouns? Zerzim. What?
That's another part of the game I don't even want to even try to address. Like, how do I tell the people at the game store, like, I don't really care what your pronoun is. Can you sit at the table and just create a fucking character? I'm gonna get canceled so hard. It'll be like Twitter all over again for the 4th time.
That's honest to God's truth. I've had a few people tell me, Max, why haven't you gone to your local gaming store here? One, it's in Montgomery, and if you know anything about Montgomery, Alabama, it's a shithole. And two, I went there one time. Its selection of books was so poor. There was more space in this gaming store than there was shelves with books on them. And it was D&D, a little bit of Pathfinder, and then this odd bookshelf off to the side that had other things, and it was weird because it had about 50 books in there, but they're mostly adventures, a couple of DCC adventures, a couple of Palladium books, an Earth Dawn books, some other things I just don't remember what they were, but they looked like the bad used bookshelf where everything was bent and broken and ripped up, and I'm looking around, there's just nothing here. And so I asked the guy, I said, hey, do you guys have games? Like, oh yeah, Friday and Saturdays are big gaming days, after work on Fridays, and then Saturdays, around noon it starts. It's like, oh, that's cool. What do people play? Oh, we only play 5e here. So does anybody play anything else? No, we only play 5e here. You're not going to find anything else. So, well, what if I wanted to start? And I looked over at the shelf. What are the Palladium games or Forbidden Lands or something? He's like, no, we don't do that here. Why the fuck am I going to want to go there?
Exactly.
The guy's not even open enough to try anything else or to let anything else happen. I have no desire to play with 5e people. Now, I'd love to pull some of them away from 5e, but I'm not there to ruin somebody else's game. Why the fuck would you? So. Anyway,
I would completely go there with anything not 5e and be like, I have a different flavor. You might like it. It could be Star Wars. It could be Star Wars D6. It could be Star Wars D20, because you can have fun with that system. It's just not as much fun as Star Wars.
What about the
D6.
Fantasy Flight one? I know somebody who's playing it says he really likes how this Fantasy Flight one plays.
I hate the FFG one. I really do. It feels corporatized.
I was gonna say, yeah, if he's shilling for FFG, he's been paid.
Well, no, this guy's just a player, but he likes it. But now, somebody told me that I know it's made by the same company, but I don't know if it uses the same dice as Genesis, because I've never played the Genesis system, and I wanted to look into it. And if this Fantasy Flight Star Wars does use the same dice as Genesis system, I'm thinking about getting it just to check it out.
Well,
is that the one with the weird ass plus and minus dice and shit?
No, that's Fudge. That's Fate. Genesis it's more narrative driven dice, and I can't speak to them, but they have funky little symbols on them. I've done the Fate thing. I'm not a fan. I do like the dice, believe it or not. I just don't like the system. But I'm weird. I like specialty dice as long as, this big caveat, as long as those specialty dice can be replicated on real polyhedral dice, then I'm okay with it.
Well, see, I actually have the stuff for that game. I actually am a fan of the FFG Star Wars.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I thought you sold a bunch of your stuff.
Is it the same as Genesis?
Yeah, it's effectively the same mechanics, the same system. They just basically changed the funny symbols on the dice. It works the same mechanically, though.
I was gonna say, isn't Fate Core and all that shit? Isn't that Evil Hat Productions?
Yes. I got it before I knew who Evil Hat was. I have one game from Fate that I kind of like conceptually. It's called Mindjammer. It's kind of like I forget the name. Damn it, I forget the name of the other game that I could compare it to. But it's a transhumanistic, futuristic type game.
I like stuff like that.
But I didn't know that it used the Fate system until after I bought it. But I may consider it using the Fate system, try it out, because as much as I dog the Fate system, I've literally never played it other than my own personal playtests. So that's somewhat unfair. That's weird here coming from me. I get it. But like the other systems that I've yelled about, I've actually played, like Dungeon World and so forth. I've actually played those. But I was thinking about, if I'm going to do this, I may as well try to give Mindjammer. I won't do Fate. I won't do anything modern. I'm just not a big fan of modern games anyway. But something like Mindjammer, I think I could get into.
Oh, Cal, I also have the Dice of Death and Dismemberment. Those are a lot of fun.
I have those on order. I couldn't afford the Kickstarter at the time, but I have those on order probably for more than what they're worth. But actually, it's because of you, T-Shirt Historian, that I've got them. I like it conceptually. I like things like that conceptually. I like critical hits. I like fumbles. I like not overly done. I don't believe that you have a 5% chance of everything you do in life is a fumble. But I do like the idea that that you know what, things can go wrong and things can go amazingly for you.
Oh, I need these dice.
Which ones?
The Dice of Death and Dismemberment.
There are a ton of them. They're like different factions of them, if you want to call it that.
You mean the ones that I pulled out on stream when I got my package of it and showed them off?
I probably wasn't paying attention, but yes.
Iron, you're on the same damn channel with me every week.
I have multiple screens up. I have to check things.
And I only pay attention when I talk.
Of course, don't you all have an ego to stroke?
Yes.
Oh, is that what I'm supposed to be stroking? See, there's a reason why you can't see my picture.
Ah. Which, by the way, I noticed you're using an Asian child on your picture there. That's cultural appropriation. I have to report
How do you know that's Asian? That looks white to me.
He looks Asian to me.
Maybe it's my kid.
Maybe it is.
No, I love it because it throws people off when I have that picture up there because you're like, wait, why is he screaming? Why is he ranting? God, he sounds like a baby. Oh, I can make fun of myself too.
By listening to the fans and what came out of that process.
Oh, right, we were watching a video.
System
It's Chris Perkins.
He looks like he has cancer.
elements of earlier editions. Now,
Cancer Boy Chris Perkins starts to sell his product.
I'm dead serious. I'm not saying that in a way to mock him. I like when I see him, every time I see him, he looks emaciated like he's got cancer or AIDS.
He does. He looks like he's not well, and somebody needs to go get him a steak and a cheeseburger and make sure he eats it all and doesn't regurgitate it up. He needs to make sure he swallows every bite.
Well, he's working for Wizards of the Coast, so the god knows what he's swallowing over there.
Oh my God. What the fuck do they do in Seattle?
Frappuccinos. It's all frappuccinos, folks.
Oh my God.
With whipped cream on top.
It's they survive off the Starbucks menu.
My fucking stomach withers at that thought.
There's one thing from Starbucks I will get, but only if I go there. Like, I don't plan on ever going to Starbucks, but on the rare times, like when I was in Germany, we actually had one at our BX, when I worked on Ramstein Air Base. So there was one right there. And if the line wasn't long, and my wife knows that means if there isn't more than one person in line, I might stop there. But there's only one thing I get, and that's the Java chocolate chip.
That actually sounds good.
It is good.
I still would be like, no, I'm good. You guys can throw money at them. I'm all right. I have Blackout Coffee to support, and I have an HEB about a mile away from me that I really like their ice cream. So if I ever need anything super like not coffee, I just go make coffee, and then I'll go buy ice cream and put 2 scoops of ice cream at the bottom of the mug, and then fill the rest of the mug up with coffee, and I get everything I want.
On base, they're fine, but anytime I go to a Starbucks that wasn't on the Air Force Base, they'd get mad at me because I'd say, I'd like a large. Is that a venti? I don't know what the fuck that means, but I want your biggest one. Well, it's called venti. I'm not using, and I got this from Foamy the Squirrel, but I was like, I'm not using your Nazi speak. Go ahead and just give me the largest one you got. It's like you don't.
It should be like, it should be like, yeah. I don't care what that should call. Just give me the big one.
Right, exactly. Give me the biggest one. I mean, you don't go to Taco Bell and ask for a taco grande and get a medium-sized taco.
I once went to a Starbucks and I asked for the largest drink that they have. They took me out behind the Starbucks and shot me in the leg. So
I hear you recovered, though.
Yeah.
All right, back to Cancer Boy.
Now that we have that, we are no longer in the position where we think of D&D as an addition.
Bullshit!
Everyone else is going to be calling this 6th edition or 5.5. You watch.
Yeah,
so what? I'm sorry, go on, Bruce.
No, this is not a discussion that Wizards needs to come up with, because they can only stomach 8 years or less between reprintings of the player's handbook.
Mm-hmm.
But here's
I
the
don't
one reason why I'll side with the guy, though. I'm going to side with him just momentarily on this. And here's why. Everything else that they've done from WotC, again, you guys have heard me rant about my thoughts on the WotC editions, has been a major change. You cannot play third edition adventures in 4th edition. You can't play 4th edition adventures in 5th edition, right? But if you go back to old D&D, I can play basic 1st or 2nd edition AD&D adventures in all of them with maybe minor tweaks, especially if you go from 2nd to basic. There might be some minor tweaks, but you can play them all in there. So in their minds, because this isn't such a huge change, because theoretically, my understanding is this game is still supposed to be 5e compatible, just different. To them, it's not a new edition because they're either not old enough or they're too retarded to fucking understand that what editions were in the day. And all their shit that they've got now is such a major change in process that they're not seeing it. You see what I'm saying? Like they don't get it that, yes, this is a new edition. But they can't put that 2 and 2 together because in modern math, 2 and 2 equals 5.
Well, I mean, the only edition war is going to be at this point. The only edition war is going to be people arguing whether to call it 5.5 or 6. Seems like everyone universally hates it.
That and when I bring my 5th edition books out to play in the 5.5 or 6.0 game.
Racist.
Yep. They'll.
You have the racist edition.
Yeah, I have the racist edition. Yeah, I'm like, well, my orcs in this book said that I have a +2 on strength or a +4 on strength and all this. And they'll be like,
well, we've been taken to calling this new D&D 1 5.666 edition.
Don't give the devil that much credit, my man.
The devil got pissed. He's like, don't do that to me.
I heard Baphomet was complaining about that.
Yeah, actually, Baphomet made it really clear last night that he was responsible for D&D, heavy metal, and orgies, but all the plagues and locusts and cancers and everything else, that's all God. So,
I really got to say, I'm so sad that the director of heavy metal died.
Aww.
Yeah, he just passed.
I'm so sad that John Candy died. He was in heavy metal.
I'm sorry, guys. There's a lot of dead people now, though, unfortunately, and we're watching more and more of them go. I'm still dreading the day when they finally put the post up. James Earl Jones has passed away.
You right? It's funny. I was thinking about that the other day, dude. Don't get out of my head, because if too many of us think that, it becomes part of the psychological consciousness, and it will happen. Right?
True.
Well, except that would be the one time the Star Wars people would actually acknowledge he exists.
Oh, good point. Yeah, you're right. Oh my god!
Because every time he has a birthday, their Star Wars social media won't even acknowledge him.
Right.
I tell you, you guys will cry about James Earl Jones. Bruce is dreadfully anticipating the day where Peter Cullen dies, the voice of Optimus Prime.
That'll happen. Yeah,
strange because I thought about that yesterday. Well, Tom Baker's the oldest surviving. We know that one's coming soon. Fuck. Yeah. I don't know. Tom Baker, I've kind of soured on him recently, but still,
really?
that's an icon. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's never been my favorite Doctor. John Pertwee was always my favorite Doctor. Okay. And believe it or not, I'm one of the few weirdos out there that likes Colin Baker. Because
I warmed up to Colin with the audiobooks. The audio dramas.
Okay.
I actually like Tom Baker and Peter Davison, but that's because of who I grew up with, or in my era that I grew up in.
Yeah, fair. I think you're like around my age or my age. I loved Tom Baker when I was younger. I still like his episodes. I watch the Doctor Who channel on Freevee all the time. But I don't know. There's just something about John. When I see the John Pertwee episodes, yeah, I get it. He's got that car that goes too fast. He does weird, almost not quite kung fu martial arts, but I don't know. There's just something about his presence. And I liked him. But yeah, there was another name I was thinking about, because you guys have mentioned 2 of the 3 names that I actually thought about in the last couple of days of people that, man, when that person died. Oh, the other one, actually, another Transformers reference was Frank Welker.
Man,
oh boy, yeah.
The bad thing is that Frank Welker is like the 3rd most prolific man in Hollywood.
That dude can do voices from everywhere. And if you watch some of the behind the scenes transfer, yes, I'm an old Gen 1 Transformer nerd. So yeah, So I've got like the old DVDs where they're talking behind the scenes. Apparently, Frank Welker, all he had to do was listen to a voice, practice it for 10 minutes, and could do it. And I think, if I remember correctly, one of the guys was talking about him doing this with a coin dropping in a phone. What's it? A payphone. Like he could mimic that sound after listening to it.
He used to do the voice of Uni the Unicorn back on the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon too.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
I've been educated. I didn't like the cartoon when I was a kid. Well, personally, I was forced to not like it because of Satanic Panic. But even then, I just never really. I went to Lutheran school, so I was never really into it after the fact. I'm sure I've watched all the episodes at one point or another, but never in order and never really grasping what was going on. I need to sit down and do that.
Well,
it's actually not a bad show.
No.
I watched the first season quite a bit because I have that DVD. I don't have the second or third season, but they're
Bruce,
all on
will
YouTube.
you ban Noro, please?
I like Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi. At least she didn't say, Dr. Hershey.
We didn't watch the newest one. We both chose not to watch the newest one. No, actually, to be fair, I like Peter Capaldi until his last season. Those episodes were just god awful. But for her, I'm gonna spill something about my wife right now. She actually liked the companions better. We both thought that Clara was hot, and what's the redhead chick that was also in that Marvel movie?
Rose?
Oh,
no. God, she's fat.
I know who you're talking about.
Karen Gillan.
Karen Gillan. Yeah. Karen Gillan.
Yeah. I was thinking Nebula, but right.
I'm a big fan of Karen Gillan. I didn't realize how pretty she was.
Oh yeah.
And then I saw her in what was it? There was a movie where she for the half the movie she's pretty uglied up, and she just relies on her acting prowess, and she's actually a really good actor. I was very impressed with her. I'd never had seen that before, but I can't remember the movie. It came out like 3-4 years ago. Riding on the right after Guardians of the Galaxy came out, Part 2.
Victor Gorchev is trying to make me feel bad for not hanging out on history. I'm going to try and invite him over here.
Hey, Victor's good people.
I like Victor. He's great.
In fact, if you want, because I actually have some highlights to do. I love hanging out with you guys. I like the chance because T-shirt, you and I don't talk enough. But I need to pop out here so I can get some videos done so he can replace me.
But I've been listening to you, rant. I love it, man.
I'm kind of ranted out. I didn't feel it today on our live stream, and I was trying to. Crafty and I were kind of behind the scenes trying to get me to argue about something, but nobody in chat would bite, and I didn't want to force it. So I'll bring it up real quickly here. Gonzo versus Sword and Sorcery. It's the same fucking thing. I don't care what anybody says.
Disagree.
Well, I
disagree.
I do too.
Sword and Sorcery, for what I know, is an element of higher fantasy that will atypically have a sexualized amount of content in it, like a Robert Howard story.
Yes.
Gonzo is going to have an absence of sexuality in it more, or if it does, it's subdued because you have an element or a large portion of theming dedicated to sci-fi in your fantasy, like Expedition to Barrier Peaks.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have two different genres there. If you want to say that they're the same, go on ahead, Max. That's your
So here's why I say they're the same thing. The definition of a gonzo is over-the-top extreme. And most Sword and Sorcery is over-the-top and extreme.
Absolutely it's not.
No, it's not, yeah.
Well, when people define sword, let me give you an example. Red Sonja, a chainmail bikini is gonzo.
That's the Marvel character. That's not Sonja of Rakuten or whatever.
That's right. To be fair, that isn't what we were arguing at that time. But the point that I was making, and to be fair, I really don't care either way. It's just it was one of those actually moments where somebody's actually that's Sword and Sorcery, not gonzo. Fuck off. If it's over the top, I don't care if it's B movies are gonzo. Like almost all of them are gonzo. They're over the top, weird.
Well, okay. This is kind of how you can define it more easily, since I'm big into 80s movies anyway.
Most of them are gonzo.
Well, a lot of them are. Okay, but see, here's the thing. The difference is that you have Conan the Barbarian,
Mhm.
and then you have like Hawk the Slayer. Hawk the Slayer is Gonzo.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Conan is sword and sorcery. The main
There
difference
are
being,
aspects of Conan that are Gonzo, though. Now, that doesn't necessarily make it, and this is what I was also trying to say to them, is like, that doesn't make it a
First
Gonzo
movie?
movie. Yeah, sorry, somebody out there not wearing armor that can beat down people like that. No, that's Gonzo. Like, anybody who's half naked fighting people with a sword and not getting hurt is Gonzo.
Or just
It's-
badass.
it's possible. It's just unlikely.
Right.
It's unlikely, but yeah, I could see him if he was more focused on parrying the blows with the fight choreography. I could see it being more plausible. I can see your point too, because he does offer himself to injury quite a bit in the movie, but injury just doesn't claim him.
Now, to be
Mhm.
fair, how are you going to do that without showing off Arnie's muscles? And the big thing is because I keep saying I don't like Gonzo in my games. People seem to think that because I mentioned something that's a trope out there is Gonzo, they think I hate everything. No, I like Conan. It's great. In fact, I don't. If that's sword and sorcery, and this is what I was arguing with them, is like then that's fine. Then most sword and sorcery is fine because sword and sorcery is definitely more down to earth, right? Gonzo is, by its very nature, its name, crazy, over the top. I forget what the other characteristics of it were. I did look it up, by the way. I just don't remember off the top of my head. That's fine, but there are Gonzo elements in it. Take out the Gonzo elements, and I'm talking about Dungeons and Dragons, not Conan, and I'm much happier. I don't like Gonzo in my game. I don't like Chult. Sorry, even though I have it, I paid for it. I support people, but I don't like Chult. It's too over the top for me.
And that's okay. I don't like the Great Maze of Zing, which is a kind of a Gonzo dungeon crawl with the ability for you to earn extra lives and come back from the dead. Yeah, it's a video game over the top 20 level dungeon crawl, but it doesn't appeal to Bruce.
Well, to be fair, a lot of the older D&D is Gonzo.
Yes, it is.
I have in my hands right now a copy of The Lost Dungeons of Tonisborg. And that is a Gonzo dungeon because there is no dungeon ecology to it whatsoever. You have like superheroes and shit living in a dungeon along with other stuff.
Look,
and it's
every
just
one of Grimtooth's trap is Gonzo. Every last one.
Yes, every single one of his traps are Gonzo.
Now
And
let me go
look
one
when that
step
was
further.
written.
On my live stream, somebody said, well, then by that definition, silicone implants are Gonzo. And we're like, yes, they are. Doesn't mean you don't like them, but they're Gonzo.
Yeah. But I mean, that is Blackmore old. I mean, that's how old that dungeon is. I mean, what's his name? McGarry was one of the guys who used to run that thing. And that's the guy who created the dungeon game.
So that is why when I tell people how I play and what I like in terms of just stereotypes, we'll say it's one of the reasons why I really like Dragonlance. Yeah, it had some comedic relief in it that I don't really care for, but it was kept to a minimum. No, you never let anybody play a Kender. We all know that, or a Gully Dwarf, or a Tinker Gnome. It's that if you do that, you're a bad game master. But I'm talking conceptually in the game, how it's put together, and how the stories are how the original two trilogies are written. There's very few, if any, Gonzo elements in there. You could argue that Raceland himself was Gonzo, but that was just the fantasy trope that they're using of stopping, the guy from becoming the ultimate evil power in the universe. And those typically are Gonzo. A lot of those old adventures, I even read through now, the few that I have, and I'll look at that as like, this is so over the top. And I struggle with that. I don't like that. Caveat, and this is what I was going to say before, is I love it for MCC. For Mutant Crawl Classics, that it just, to me, that's where it fits. Forget not Dungeon Crawl Classics, but Mutant Crawl Classics absolutely is a perfect example where Gonzo is fantastic and I want it and I love it.
I love MCC. I also like Other Dust.
Haven't heard of that one. Let me write that down. It's called Other Dust?
Other Dust, yeah. It's Kevin Crawford. And then, of course, I personally contributed to a very old one from D20 Modern, which was called Darwin's World. And you can still get it very cheaply.
All right, I'll have to look into that. I think MCC is the only game that I have that's actually that type of Gonzo. But there's something about post-apocalyptic, maybe it's because I watched too many Mad Max movies as a kid, where I absolutely love the concept of post-apocalyptic Mad Max, over-the-top, Gonzo crazy. I just don't like it in my fantasy.
I kind of like everything. Expedition to Barrier Peaks is probably my favorite module of all time. On a very, very close neck and neck with Ravenloft. So I guess I like my extremes. But
so Ravenloft, the original Ravenloft, is freaking fantastic.
It is. It's great.
From like before it became like a whole dimension of all unto itself.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it was so popular it inspired that.
It was amazing. Nothing like that had ever been written at the time.
It's funny how you know who wrote that, right?
Same guy who did Dragonlance.
Yep.
Although I'm going to say Dragonlance is just kind of racist towards the ugly races because I mean, look at they're all like jokes and parodies. Because I mean, you got humans and you got the pretty elves, and they're fine. But then you got Gully Dwarf, which are stinky, disgusting, and gross. And then you got
but that was just the Gully Dwarf portion of that. That wasn't all. I mean, the normal dwarves, the Thorbarden dwarves, I forget what the mountain dwarves and hill dwarves, they weren't like that. They just hated each other.
Oh, I guess that's true. You got Kender halflings, and then
what
of course
about the Urda, the ogres that were like highly beautiful and even could cast spells?
Yeah, they were weird. They didn't even get playable rules until later on.
Yeah.
But you know, it just seemed like very humano-centric, very elf-centric in that way.
But at that time, well, the elf part, I agree with you, and honestly, that's to me, it's a little bit of an issue. But back in the day, I mean, it was supposed to be human-centric. I mean, that's even Gygax wrote in a couple of his books back then that you should be playing humans. It's the age of man. Of course, when people kept not doing that, it's like BattleTech. If you guys are BattleTech fans, the mech construction rules were never originally meant to be everybody can create whatever they want. They were meant to be for game masters to say, hey, I want to run a homebrew campaign. I'm going to have a few new mechs in there. But everybody loved making their own mechs. So they're like, we like money. We're going to throw this out there more. So I love, like, I'm a second edition player. I say it all the time, but I love the first edition Dragonlance book just as much as I love the first edition Manual of the Plains, which is so much better than Planescape.
I think that's the real reason that the whole clan was introduced to BattleTech. It's kind of like, we need to make more money. Well, let's introduce a whole bunch of new weapons and stuff and a new faction that uses all of it. Even
Weissman said that they were implemented improperly, that if he could go back and implement it differently, he would.
Yeah, they should have put that in stages because it kind of sucked that they just showed up, got their ass kicked by, was it the Star League? Or
well, sort of the Star League. Star League
phone
plus
company.
What's that?
No, the phone company.
Yeah,
Basically.
Comstar. Yeah, Comstar, but it was Comstar. With mechs piloted by a whole bunch of other because Phelan Kell, no, he was on the other side. Who was it? Who was at the Battle Tukid that won? God, it's been such a long time.
I know. I
gotta
can't
go watch.
remember half it.
I gotta go watch the Black Pants Legion video on that again.
Jeez, reaching back. Okay, let me
derailed Bruce's stream here. I'll be here for a couple more minutes, maybe one more rant, and then I've got to go.
Okay. I think we're adding enough time to not get copyright claimed over these videos.
Yeah. Hi, Tabletop Junkie. Did you know what you walked into?
Yeah, I was watching you guys.
Well,
making sure, man.
Misery loves company.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm here. Plus, tabletop. I'm not sure about. I've seen the one D&D trailer, so maybe we'll talk about that after we finish because I already watched the whole thing a week ago or so.
Okay, here we go with more Cancer Boy.
Okay.
This edition is a rule set that has worked for so many people and has brought
Bullshit.
new and exciting folks into the game. It's more
That brought in normies, you dumb slag.
If
That's what it did.
If 5e was a rule set that worked for everybody, why the fuck are so many people modifying it, changing it, bringing new systems that adapt it, etc., 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 just to make money off of it?
Look, guys, it's so hard to make rules. I mean, they couldn't even finish Spelljammer.
Oh God, no kidding.
Hey, Bruce, can you rewind a little bit and play that again? And I'm going to have you stop at a certain point.
Okay.
Just a few seconds. I forget how. Stop. They weren't people. They were bots and retards. Okay, I'm done.
When accepting folks into the game, it's more important for us to continue to cultivate and respect and love what it is.
No, you don't respect nothing.
They'd have no respect for anything with the name Dungeons and Dragons. They've proven that time and time again.
That is why they put disclaimers on all the shit that they didn't make from way back in TSR. These were written during times when people were basically stupid and racist and fucktards, and so we have to make sure.
Historian wasn't right then, and he isn't right now.
Yep.
I need to go check to see the 3rd edition books. Did they put that disclaimer on those? Because they made those.
I don't know about that. No, probably not, because that was in 2000. That was right after Hasbro acquired them. So anything Hasbro did is perfect.
I heard a rumor. I don't know how true this is. Don't come after me if this is wrong. But I heard a rumor that either temporarily or with some modifications that the Oriental Adventures, whatever the hell it was called for 3.5, did go through a time of troubles. Effectively, was either taken off the shelf for a little bit or did have a disclaimer put in it. But I can't verify that because I don't.
It is on the 3.5 books.
I still have my Oriental Adventures 3.5. My friend has his. Of course, try finding an original copy of the 1st edition one.
I
managed it.
Yeah, you got lucky. I sold mine like an idiot, and boy, do I regret it now.
Yeah, I still got that copy. I was showing you off to you like 10 years ago, junkie.
that book. Oh wow.
I'm not trying to show my channel here, but did you guys see that about 2 years ago we went off on the Asians podcast and I had my wife on the show as a real Japanese person going off on fake Asian people complaining about how it's all types of misogynist, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, my wife got me banned by them.
Oh, wow. I need to see that. I would love to see Noro's take on Oriental Adventures.
So we did it 2 ways. We did one where we brought her on for RPG Digest, one of the earlier episodes of it. If you just go to my channel, search for Oriental Adventures, you'll find it. But then I did a 10-part series. And yes, it had to be 10 parts that only went through the Asian Morons podcast first episode on how those non-Asians who don't even know what the word gaijin means, that's how Asian they are.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's in the video. It broke down almost word for how paragraph by paragraph, word for word, everything written in there was racist and misogynist and all these other issues. Complained about comeliness. Complained about everything. So yeah, I had to break it down into 10. I think they're half-hour long videos because that went long. That was just me and my wife. You could tell by the end she didn't care anymore. She's like, "You are never doing this to me again."
You also link me your channel because I need to watch that now.
I was actually currently looking for it.
How about this? I'll find it for you guys. I'll put it in private chat, and then if anybody wants to put it out there, you can. I feel a little odd shilling my stuff on Bruce's streaming in the middle of his show. So
find your channel real quick. I can do this. Right. YouTube.
Oh, got it right here.
Bam.
Oh, that's right. We did that one with that one weirdo who was on Tenkar's Tavern complaining about Oriental Adventures also.
Courtney the dumbass.
Yeah, that guy. So I'm going to put 2 links in the chat since Bruce is getting the full channel. This one is to the official RPG Digest Oriental Adventures where we covered that back in, I don't know, 2 years ago. That's the one where we call out the Asians whatever podcast. And then I'm going to put the playlist in here for all of this so that you can see what you want. And,
oh, yeah.
I wouldn't say watch all 10, though. That's weird.
Yeah, I kind of I remember watching you guys melt down over the Dragonlance thing.
What did I say? I probably did. That's the whole point of the show is to melt down over stuff. So half the time, I'm going to be honest with you. Half the time, by the time the show's done, I don't remember what I've said. People, they'll put replies back. "You're stupid that you think blah blah blah." I was like, did I say that?
Holy cow! That's the first time I've actually ever seen Noro. Wow.
Did she wear the cat ears for that one?
Yes, she wore the cat ears for that one. Wow.
She used to stream World of Tanks.
Oh, okay. Well, you married her now.
Horrible back end administration for wargames.net. Shame on you fuckers.
Wait, what?
No, I love World of Tanks and World of Ships.
Oh,
World of
I didn't like World of Warships. It was too slow.
I did because I got it. I understand it pretty well. But I really hate how they fuck up good players with RNG. They've got to have RNG in there. Otherwise, it's just going to be whoever's using mouse and keyboard wins. And that's basically how that game operates. Oh, you can play it on your phone now, so you can lose to another guy that he plays it on his potato computer. Awesome. and because they're using mouse and keyboard. But go ahead, try to play with your controller, your iPhone, or whatever else. I mean, they're trying to make as much money. And don't forget, you buy your loot boxes, kids. Get your loot boxes.
The thing about
mechanics.
like the gold ammo, people used to cry about gold ammo all the time, but like, dude, I didn't pay a cent for my gold ammo. I just play the game. So yeah, if I have gold ammo, I'm going to use it. Play the game. You can actually use your little points for that.
Yep.
But luckily for me, I played World of Tanks when it was in release 9 and 10, so I didn't see like the all the arty rage before then, because apparently before then arty could shoot like 15 times a minute or something like that. I could understand why people would be really angry about that. And that's what my wife played. She played arty.
Of course.
So she got lots of hate. I play TDs. I like being glass cannons. Not STDs, people.
I didn't think that.
All right, we're going to resume with the cancer.
It's working for them.
The sort of change you're going to see isn't about taking anything away from you. Isn't
Bullshit.
About any of that stuff you love. It's much more about.
We're just going to make sure you have to buy this $190 Games as Service package, and then you'll have to have it update all the time. And whenever you play, we're going to force you to be connected to the internet. You can no longer play an offline game because we want to know exactly what you're doing at all times.
We're not going to take anything away from you except all of your racially modified stats.
So James L says it perfectly. We need to monitor your game from a central database so we can confirm you are enjoying yourself appropriately. But he forgot one thing, something very important. Happiness is mandatory, citizen.
Yes. Yes.
Giving you more options, giving you more choices you can make, more
Giving you more choices you can make that will have absolutely no impact or effect on your fucking game, because either you won't use them or they will matter so little to what you're doing.
Can I ask
Provided
you a question?
they're the right choices, because we can't have you making bad decisions.
Yes,
we don't
yes,
like.
bad choices.
I had somebody bring this up to me and try to use my own words against me. Maybe he was successful. I don't know. So I'm going to ask you guys. One of the things that I talk about is there are no good drow. This game shouldn't allow it.
Right.
There are no good orcs. This game shouldn't allow. Right? It's blah blah blah. The same stuff we talked about a lot. Well, what the person said is like, hey, you can still do that. In fact, the game encourages you to do that. It's just giving you a baseline from which to start. Now, my answer is the same thing I gave Paco the Taco Gay guy, whatever the fucking name of his show is, GNS, blah, blah, blah. I forget the fuck his show is. He blocked me a long time ago. But it's like, this is all backwards think. See, the core rules of the game should be the most closed-minded. The core rules of the game should be the most, not set in stone, the most structured. And then it's up to you to say, you know what? I think I have this wonderful world that I've developed and that I want to do for a setting for me and my friends at my table, and I'm going to allow dwarves to be magic users. It shouldn't start from a point of everything's there, everything's open for you, and then you can close it if you want, because we all know that doesn't happen. Look at 5e. 5e is a perfect example of that. Everything's open, and I people have told me, I think even Bruce may have told me this on the last Friday Chill stream, that, hey, you can run. I've seen people run a game where elves can only be certain things and dwarves can only be certain things. Well, a good friend of mine did that, and he is a grognard like us. He's like a year younger than me. He ran what he called a 5e game with second edition sensibility. So basically, if you could do it in second edition, you could do it in his 5e game in terms of race class combinations. His players revolted.
Uh-huh.
So no, this game right here says my dumbass gnome can be a paladin, so therefore I can be a gnome paladin. And he's like, no, not in mine, because I'm doing second edition. Well, second edition sucks, but you played second edition with me for over a decade. Well, we're playing fifth edition now. So my thing, and sorry for going up because I just want to make that point there, but it's like they're saying that no, it's okay to lock it down at your table if you want. I just say that's backward think. What do you guys think?
No, you're right.
You're right.
And
Yeah, they're trying to change it to what the default is.
And the funny thing is, it doesn't matter how much shit that they give. There's the people that they're trying to market it to are still going to scream that it's not enough.
Right.
So they're just cutting their own throat.
With that, on somebody ending by saying Max is right, I got to leave while I'm ahead. And I'm going to head on out. Thank you guys. Thanks, Bruce, for letting me come on in here. Thanks for letting me rant, guys. All of you that are in here, it's good talking with you. I unfortunately do have to highlight some videos and get them done. I work in the morning tomorrow, so I need to get them done today. So I will keep listening. And you guys are awesome, and have a great day.
Okay.
You
Take
too,
care.
Max. It was nice meeting you.
I didn't mean to step all over there, tabletop. I'm sorry, man.
Oh no, that's fine. I was just being polite, telling Max that it was nice meeting him.
He's a real good guy. He runs a good set of streams throughout the week. Their Sunday stream is fantastic, and then they have a really good Friday night chill stream. And I know a lot of people don't want to watch that because there's other stuff on Friday nights, but that's where I have found a lot of good relaxation on Friday nights, is just going over there, painting some figures, and listening to everybody chew the fat, because that's typically going to be what we go into the weekend with and what they focus on for Sunday. But you kind of get a sneak preview of what's going to go on Sunday by Friday night chill stream.
Okay.
Bruce, I got to ask you, do you just buy your paint by the gallon these days?
Oh, man, he's bringing the whole gallon over here. Oh, he's taking us to the gallons.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. It's like my shelves. There we go.
Yeah.
I had to ask.
You had
It's
to
okay.
ask. Don't-
Reaper sells really cute little soup cases for like $50, and they give you 16 of these little paint pots in them. And I recommend the Reaper sets because they hold up pretty well. They rate very high. A lot of professional painters will prefer maybe only Vallejo paints over Reaper.
I've got a few Reaper paints. I like them.
They're a local brand for me and for t-shirts, so we kind of feel for them more than a lot of the others. But I mean, there's other good brands of paint out there. Apple Barrel paints is where I tell everybody to start with because they're cheap and you get like triple the volume for $1. And they're worth it.
I'm going to highlight one for you too. I'm about to get into these myself. I don't have them yet, but I will. Green Stuff World has evidently made a contrast paint, and I know that's kind of a nasty word for a lot of us, but hear me out. Sometimes it's helpful whenever you're painting lots and lots and lots of shit that's all the same uniform. But it's called Dippin' Inks, and apparently you get more of it, and it is a better color consistency and color saturation than contrast or speed paint.
I like Green Stuff. I just can't order it here. They won't ship it to San Antonio. I have to go online and order it myself to get. If I try to go through Nightwatch or Dragon's Lair, they don't have it available here.
Really? They won't ship it to San Antonio? I wonder why.
They won't ship it through Chessex or through Alliance, whichever that company is. I think Georgia Music does it, but San Antonio is weird.
Just get it directly through their company.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do is go directly through them in order to buy it. Okay, here we go with more of this guy that looks like me with hair.
Revising the major core rulebooks that every player uses: the Player's Handbook, the Dungeon Master's Guide, the Monster Manual.
One of my focuses specifically is the Dungeon Master's Guide. I'm going to make some structural changes.
And nobody will read it.
Yeah, they don't read the other one.
They don't. All they read is a PHB. That's it. That's all they ever read.
Our shareholders said we had to sell more Dungeon Master guides.
This is going to answer Nora Recuse. She says, Max's Scream stream is relaxing to Bruce. Yeah, actually it is, because he screams in common sense.
Yes.
It's something about the frequencies, just like working his brain just right.
It hits the endorphins because everything that Max says he agrees with. So
I wouldn't go with everything. I'd say 80-20. That's a good ratio.
Yeah.
All right, here we go with more Cancer Boy.
When it comes to art for D&D, it's about as versatile as our players. We want to show that
Again with the identity politics, as if you didn't get enough of it from Pug Girl at the start.
Yep. There you go. Of course, we can't pick on her for, appearance. She has no. Although the hairstyle,
Any more than we already have, that is.
Yeah, the hairstyle could use some work, but it's just my opinion.
Okay.
Miora can appear in the worlds of Dungeons and Dragons.
That's what 2024 holds, is this promise of getting new versions of the books that are the game you know, but reflect where the game is presently.
Which will be an absolute burning pile of garbage.
Which will be, what, in 2023 Seattle? 2024 Seattle? When are they launching this shit? 2024, 2023?
Yeah, something like 2023 for more playtest materials. They're supposed to be testing it out monthly.
And then 2024 for the 50th anniversary.
Yep.
Yeah.
Max says he's on his way out. Cal Bonani. Oops. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. I'm at the bottom of chat. Here we go.
One D&D has three pillars, and one is the rule set, which is built on the base of 5th edition, but updated.
We're building upon the rules that have been established, the storytelling, and expanding our world and our.
And now you get to buy it all over again. But this time, it's not for keeps. You get to rent it. Anybody else?
That's, yeah.
No, I think you got it.
Our rule system. When we say building on top of 5th edition, what we mean is that all the adventures and supplements that have been released in the past 10 years will still be playable with the new evolution of D&D.
Then there's D&D Beyond, which is the base of our digital tools and assists for players in DM.
Anybody got thoughts on this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, all of our stuff from the last 10 years, basically everything we put out with this edition. So, but all of the stuff that was made before that, good luck getting it to work with this. Plus, it's all racist, homophobic shit anyway, so you can't use it. Fuck you.
Just buy our new stuff, you bigots.
Bigots.
James L's like, you will play in the pod, you will make friends with the buds, you will be happy.
Well, see, next, the part we didn't tell you about is we're going to get rid of those pesky dice because we think the dice mechanic is implying failure is a bad thing.
Yes, I mean, there's a chance you could fail when you roll dice, and we really wanted our players to feel that they could really do anything, so we just have them shout random numbers at the DM, and the DM has to accept it.
And we had to get rid of those swords because that's a weapon, and we don't like weapons.
Yes. We thought there's only one response to any action or solution in any form in this game. And so we got rid of all of the attack spells and all of the weapons, and all of our guards are not referred to as guards. They're referred to as protectors, and they all just carry shields and nothing else. And their job is Their job is not to enforce laws, but to protect people from other people.
In fact, in my last game, we in one of our preview games, we sat down with a goblin and we talked him through some therapy, and he's now in a better place.
Yes. We found a lizard man tribe that was going to eat a bunch of people.
We don't use the mem word anymore.
Oh, that's right. Yes, lizard people, lizard folk. We had a lizard folk tribe, and instead of eating people, we convinced them to turn to veganism because they live in a swamp and there's so much natural vegetation there that they had never taken advantage of. They are
unfortunately a little sick right now because they ate so much of the local vegetation and their stomachs could not handle it. They are bloated and about to explode. But the cleric tells me that we will have the gods look over them and they will be protected.
But that's okay because we want to support body positivity.
That's right. That's yes. Our paladin is 400 pounds, and her hair is blue, and her name is Ursula. But yes, she literally cannot fit into her plate mail without a stretcher and some new adaptations. However, she is so brave and stunning. She doesn't even use a sword. She just calls on her own oath because, paladins don't have to have gods anymore. They can just say, yes, I swear to do this and get the special powers because everyone is special.
But that's okay because we're going to go after that pesky armorer because they wouldn't prepare armor in her size.
Yes, we are going to get the town to set up a boycott and bring out some signs and tell that armor, you nasty bastard, you need to start making armor for plus-sized people.
Because, spoiler alert, he's been canceled.
We are canceling him. Yes. And the armor smith, the weaponsmith, both of them, they just promote violence and torture and so many bad things.
Oh God. This time when we start our Rise of the Rune Lords campaign, when the goblins attack the city, we're going to get on the side of the goblins and we're going to help them throw flaming bottles of oil, and we're going to help, and it's going to be peaceful and it's going to be prosperous because we're all going to be one.
Well, yes, because we know that the local populace is actually oppressing the goblins in some way, so we're going to take the fire stuff and burn down the goddamn patriarchy.
Guys, I have to play the red card because my character has a phobia of fire. So can we not do the fire thing?
Oh, I'm so sorry. we will bypass this scene immediately. So let's move on past the goblins, and now we are going to explore the caverns where the evil not evil anymore. The half demon person who is just wrong. Just wrong think. But it's really not her fault. She was not raised in a very good environment.
She was raised in a Catholic environment, and that therefore. She suffered abuse, and her entire life is a Me Too story. So,
oh no!
Yes, our barbarian, our 6'5" barbarian, Jilly, who uses they/them pronouns, and is currently in transition.
And identifies as a gnome.
And identifies as a gnome. Yes. It's going to use her special barbarian not rage ability because rage is bad and it's not good to get angry.
We want to rename it oppression, internalized oppression.
Yes. It's rage against the patriarchy. How we're renaming it.
I think we could write a better fucking campaign and a better rule set than they did. I'm pretty certain that with just using the bad events of 2020 through 2020, whenever, but starting in 2020 especially, we could write a much better rule set than what they're trying to offer us as a beta test. I'm very certain of this.
I don't see how we getting any worse. I mean,
You say that now.
they completely pacifies and don't loot that cavern. It's got historical things in there that's going to rot and decay, and no one's going to play with it. But it's okay. We don't want to take away the culture from that cavern, so just leave it all there.
Don't disturb those tombs.
That necromancer was animated by Venger, and he's on the rampage because of climate change. All your fault in your 500-person town situated away from the river, downhill to where it cannot affect the water table. How terrible of you.
And tonight's special villain is going to be RPG Pundit. and we will. Yes. We're going to assault his stronghold in Paraguay, and try to. We must save the cat, but we must burn down his printing apparatuses and put him in a reconditioning camp so that he has right think.
We're going to break his pipe and it's going to start the fire.
Because everyone knows that tobacco is bad for you. Vaping is so much better. And by the way, I have a polyp on my lung now from vaping, but they assure me it's not from
The final boss of internet shitlords the party killed my party and he used common sense on us and then after he got done smoting our bodies, Meatball
He
came
turned
over.
into Jordan Peterson.
Oh no.
Oh my God, you got to clip this, Bruce.
Oh, that'd be great.
I need something to drink.
And if you guys would have just stayed home and lifted weights and ate meat and had sex with women and touched grass, you could have had an enjoyable time of adolescence. But instead, you went to school and you listened to what the teachers indoctrinated you with, and your life went to hell. Let's see how we could fix this.
I just wanted to teach you to be better.
Okay, I'll press play now, but
I'll come up with some more shit.
Are cobbling together all kinds of different apps and websites to have a true integrated D&D experience.
Oh, listen to this really closely.
Provide all the tools that the players need to play themselves in one.
What players need
play themselves
to play themselves.
Oh, then there's no reason to have players.
Yeah, they're just playing themselves. Yeah.
Right.
Tabletop Junkie, yes, you will now get forced into some leather armor and carry a weapon and go fight stuff. You yourself, can you do it?
We're going.
That's beside the point. I don't like the leather armor. Can we have the plate mail instead?
Oh, sure.
Okay. And is it okay? And is it okay if I have a deity symbol on there? Because I like paladins.
No. Paladins don't need deities anymore.
Yes,
Okay,
we've been
Paladins
told
just
that.
need oaths.
You know, I keep getting told that
apparently
during 5e, and that does not actually, for some reason, I can't not get that to register in my head for some strange reason.
Yeah, so apparently that was one of the big trends of the day on social media, that paladins don't actually need to have a deity.
Yeah, and the guy who wrote that.
But their power is not technically divine.
Well, that's kind of funny because the guy who did that is said paladins only need oaths to have their powers now. Don't force your players to worship a god. And I said, you're not forcing your players to. Your character is worshiping a god.
That's fucking rich. I'm telling you. And the thing is that this guy says we can have our players play themselves. So why have a dungeon master? Why don't we just all round robin about how we critical hit things without rolling dice or damage, and just have masturbatory fantasies of slaughtering things without a challenge?
Ironcaster, go take those orcs over there and knock down that thing. Meanwhile, I'm going to come back behind them and stab them. There we go. We're done. We survived.
Yep, we beat them all up.
That sounds like the most boring game I ever played.
It does, doesn't
We
it?
did it.
Yay!
No challenge. Anyone can win.
Because everyone is special.
I can't believe I took it that far.
For some odd reason, I'm just remembering when the army put a gag order out to the Green Berets, and they're like, "Don't you fucking say a word about what we're going to release tomorrow." And then the next day, the army tells everybody, "We are awarding all of the recruits and all of our enlisted personnel with red berets because everybody deserves a red beret." You remember that, guys? Anybody here remember that, or am I the only one that remembers that? When
I do remember that, yeah.
The Green Berets got muzzled, but everybody can be part of the army now. And we had the one-man army ad campaign for the Army with this kid that was running through a neighborhood with this red beret and a green shirt. Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody has a red beret, and the Rangers had black ones, but yeah.
Right now, with the acquisition of D&D Beyond, we've already started to dip our toe into digital, and it was a fantastic partnership that we have going, but we can add more. Digital physical.
Yes, we can add more shit for you to buy, because we found out that D&D Beyond monetizes everything, and we thought that's a great model, so we want to do the same thing too. Do you want to have that lizard folk to be available to play in your D&D Beyond D&D 1 game? Well, pay $1.99 and you can have it.
You can play the brand new vegan lizard folk, and you can partake in the terrible Sinister Secret of Saltmarsh from a different perspective. For only an additional $17.95, you can change his diet and get an accompanying video pog for your Unreal 5 engine 1 D&D application.
And
Did
order
you roll a
now
natural
and
20? Then we'll sell you for $3.99 a special effect that shakes everybody's screen so they know you rolled a 20.
And for another $5, we will give you a selection of skins that you can repaint your miniature with and customize them to your liking.
Yeah, I'm not doing any of that.
But don't worry. The brown skin is going to be free naturally. But if you want your character to be white, that's going to be $500.
The brown skin. Yeah, hi, I'm Turd, the lizard man.
All of the characters will start off not quite heterosexual and mostly brown. Some varying degree of brown, but if you want to be any peach color, if you want to be one of these shades of Caucasian, that will be an additional $10.
And we're making some subtle changes to alignment now. If we're starting with new 5.5 edition D&D, we will have a special color chart that will conform to our alignment table. If your alignment starts at lawful good at the darkest skin and gradually goes more and more white as you get closer to chaotic evil.
Wow.
I just see this happening. That's the problem. That's the problem that all of us are seeing. All of us can see this on the horizon. Oh my God.
I need to make a meme of that. That's too damn good.
What was it Star Wars or was it Battlefield that you could spend $3,200 on all of the DLC, all the weapon cosmetics, all of the skins? Was it Star Wars?
I think it's Star Wars.
Yeah. I have a feeling that the people at Wizards are looking at that and rubbing their little hands together. How can we customize this game any further and make it to where we can have an $8,000 package for you to own everything?
Oh man,
they're just drooling with envy at the sight of like the train simulator games.
Actually, let me look up something really quick. I haven't looked at D&D Beyond in a while, but
oh boy.
But if they're still doing this, let me see. Let me get into my account here and sources and game rules. Here we go. Collections.
Oh my God.
I don't want to create a character. I want tools.
You should always want a big character, though.
Okay. So they have sources for everything, right? They've got the play test, they've got the player's handbook, the DM's guide, etc., etc., etc. But it used to be, and I bet it still is, that you can pay one huge chunk of money to get all the books. Yeah, here it is, Marketplace. Store. Oh, look, Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen digital pre-order. And let me check their bundles. Okay, the Legendary Bundle. Here you go. Purchasing this bundle unlocks all 46 official digital source books and adventure books on D&D Beyond, $943.11. However, it has been discounted to only $633.35 right now.
Well, that price, I can't say no.
I know, right? I'm thinking, man, let me swipe my card fast before they decide to renege on a sale.
Yeah. They got other bundles too. They got the source book bundle that unlocks 20 official digital source books for $295.43. There's the adventure bundle that unlocks all 26 official digital adventure books for $407.03. And then there's the player bundle, which normally retails for $95.97. But it has an 85% savings right now for $13.65, which is how they suck you in.
I am totally sucked in right now. I totally went to a site to purchase a bunch of books.
Yeah. A bunch of books that you don't physically own and that you can only access through the internet.
Oh, we're talking about Wizards books. I went to another gaming site because Wizards helped me pick that site out.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Wow.
Like, yep, never mind those.
I had a GM who actually had paid for the legendary bundle. I don't think it was that much at the time, but it was damn expensive to the point where I was like, no.
I mean, one of the things I was going to say about this around the end of the trailer, Ironcaster and I actually talked about it one day. I'm just not really impressed with this at all. I said I'm trying to get into, I guess, trying to stay with Dungeons and Dragons because that's where I started my whole gaming experience. But I just can't do it.
Welcome to the club.
I just can't do it.
You don't want to just.
I'm one of maybe 2 out of 5 people that did not start with a version of Dungeons and Dragons. My start was in Star Wars D6.
Oh wow!
So
that was my second. That was my second thing I picked up.
So when I look at games like this and I'm seeing all the online components for it, and I remember back whenever we started playing, and a friend of mine said, "Wait, you're 14 years old and you run a Star Wars game for 5 people?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you come to my store? I'll give you free 2 liter of Dr. Pepper every Saturday, and you can run a game at noon and a game at 6. And my parents were like, "No, those are the days that you have to go to work." I'm like, ugh. Otherwise, I would have been running at a store for a store sanctioned game because I was a 14-year-old kid that was running Star Wars and I loved it. And he's like, "I got a bunch of people who want to play, but they don't have a GM." I'm like, ugh. So such was my life. But anyway, that was something that they used to do. Like, if you played a game, or if you had the book already, come here, help me sell more, and I'll give you free pop, kid. I'll give you water. I'll give you food. It's just kind of crazy. Now we're at a point where you don't even get encouraged to buy the books. All right, I'm gonna click on the fat guy again.
Okay.
Beyond is part of our family. It's finally something we can do. Your content is available anywhere you want it. You have those physical books, but you've got nice portable versions that you can access through your phone or through your tablet or through your other device. And our future face.
I'm still not sold on the PDF or the application of this. I'm not seeing the benefit versus having the books.
Yeah, I have PDFs, but I always end up getting physical books. And even I've actually not bought stuff because I couldn't get physical copies of it. I mean, I was that snobby about it, I guess, but it's just I got to have a physical book in my hand. And I don't care if they weigh 80 pounds when I have to carry all of them. It's just that builds up your muscles, dude.
I don't care if my shelf is crying from the weight.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care if I have to, like sleep outside on the couch because my room is so full of books. It's just I'd rather have books.
One of our regulars has popped in the chat. Multi-Gun Man, how you doing, sir?
Hey, Multi-Gun Man.
Okay. So,
Did
yeah,
you notice too that they have the digital app for rolling the dice too? That's built into D&D Beyond.
I saw that.
I can't do that. No, I've been you know even when I play online with some of my friends, I tell them it's like, hey, if you guys just want to roll regular dice, because I miss doing that. It's like we don't forget dice rollers. let's just roll some dice.
I had to
hate
go to
dice
Home
rollers.
Depot so I could buy an industrial like storage container for my dice.
I'm actually reaching that point myself.
Like I'm like seriously, go get one of those Milwaukee like pack out kit things. It's good for all the little compartments.
I have a sewing kit with multi-level shelves in there that I use for my dice because I had so many, and all my dice bags were full. So I just bought a sewing kit for about $10 from the sewing section.
You guys make me feel like I'm so disorganized because I just have a big ass fanny pack full of dice, and that's pretty much what I use.
I sort of have OCD, so like my red dice have to be with the red dice.
Okay, that's a level of OCD I'm not at. So.
Sorry, but I can't help how I am. So I'm not sorry.
But you know what's going to happen too is those digital dice that you can roll and all that. They're going to start having those. And would you like to have pearlescent color ones? Well, those are $1.50 this week. Or if you want some that like have the special Curse of Strahd symbol on the 20 or whatever, they're going to charge you for that shit.
I can see that happening.
Oh yeah.
Aspect of this is the D&D digital, which will become a full play space.
I like this as an idea.
Are more immersive. Right now, we're in early development of our digital experience.
I like the idea of it. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm very much against it for the fact that I want 3-dimensional, hold in your hand, play with it, sort of. I want that. I don't want it to be like they're using Unreal, which is great, but when I watch this, I just want to play XCOM.
Yeah,
That's all I want to do.
And there's a snotty side of me that looks at those and goes, I can still paint better than that shit.
Yeah.
I look at this from trying to look at it from the business standpoint and of the possibilities they could do to get microtransactions and get people to buy things. Ways they could try to encourage people to transfer over and like try to double dip. That in theory, if they want to sell they sell the WizKids booster boxes of figures, slip a code in there for like a digital pack. That way you can get a couple of random minis. Yeah,
that's what Victor and I were saying on our stream. Hey, there's Victor. Speak of the
Hi, speak of the devil. I just literally heard you say my name and it showed up.
Yes, you did.
See, T-shirt. That's how it works. You gotta say the name enough times.
Yep,
that's what it is. Well, Victor was saying on my stream. He said that instead of racks of miniatures, you're just going to have racks of cards with miniature pictures on them and stuff, and you'll buy those to apply to your game because it'll have a code in it or stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sounds miserable.
It does.
Pokemon, I guess, does it now where you're all online with it. So whenever you buy the cards from the retailer, you scan it, and all your cards go to your digital deck. So if there's no players in your neighborhood that you can sit across from and smell bad, you can go online and people are spared, and they can play against you on that with your digital deck, which I don't really agree with. I prefer the face-to-face tabletop play, but I can see a value for them giving you the PDF all at the same time. But that I still don't like that because you're going to buy more of these decks from Target and Walmart because mom doesn't want to drive you to the FLGS. She just rather do one stop a week since gas is like $4 a gallon.
Oh, man, yeah, they'll be selling this shit at convenience stores and stuff.
Yeah,
that's what I've been saying.
Right above the Apple card, the Apple credit card or the prepaid card for your Steam or whatever. Then you're going to have this card for your WotC 5.66666 edition.
For the WotC wallet.
The WotC wallet, yeah.
The WotC wallet.
Now, watch something else too. Whenever he shows you the picture of them moving these figures around, do you notice they don't have squares? Because you remember how we're used to like the 5-foot squares for everything?
Yeah.
they took that out. Instead, it's a free movement. And my producer and I, we watched this video, and he looked over and he said, everything old is new again. And I said, what do you mean? He said, because that's the same way it was back in old D&D. You didn't have squares. You just measured and went.
Yeah. I kind of like that aspect of it a lot, because the game I'm developing myself is very much measure place.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that a lot more than I like the grids. I'm not saying the grids are bad, but I really would rather have just free movement. Because have you ever played a Reaper's Warlord game?
No.
Okay, Reaper has a Rage engine, Reaper Adventure Game engine, where you have skirmish games, either with Cav, the Battle Mech version, or the Warlord.
Yeah, see, I used to play Mage Knight and BattleTech from WizKids, so yeah, I'm used to measuring and free movement on a field battle.
Yeah, and
like
free movement, I feel, is the best.
Minis are pretty good.
When they're doing that on here, that's the only thing about this, aside from the fact that I get this hankering to play XCOM. That's the only thing I really like, is they got free measuring. Anybody else?
I often play on Roll20, and I often turn off the grid just so I can do the free measuring, because I don't know, it just seems more natural.
See, I've never played Roll20, so I only know the statistics of Roll20 because I look at that every quarter when they release what game was played the most or whatever. But I don't play with Roll20. You telling me they have a free measure tool on there, that makes me happy.
Yeah, you can just upload a battle map, and then you can set the grid on it, or you can just turn off the grid. And if you turn off the grid, it's just like, you just free measure it. And then you can also set whatever distance measurements you want. So, it could be like 5 feet at a time, it could be 10 feet at a time, it could be 20 feet at a time, it could be inches, it could be centimeters, it could be whatever the fuck you want. Whatever you need for your game, that you're playing at the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool, and that's a nice throwback to the way it used to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
And play a game, roll some dice, see the miniatures moving around in a 3D.
Yeah, see that?
Yep.
But that's just the core of it.
We chose the Unreal Engine for several reasons. Reason number
So it looks like you can make the minis modular, because the one had the silly hat and the rest are the same mini but without it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I'm sure that's going to be an extra customizable feature that you'll pay for. It's like a silly hat for Kobold, 25 cents.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you want these like Critical Role team dice? That's like $20.
Mm-hmm. You want the blood splatter effect? That'll be another
placed on every single one of the characters, and that'll be a bundle we can sell for even more.
Yeah, they're gonna microtransaction the shit out of this. You watch.
Oh, we released this year's Pride dice, so get them all the hot.
That's right. Yeah, they'll do limited edition paint jobs and crap sets that you can put on there. New for the release of Dragonlance, you get this special Sturm Brightblade, in a fallen position, and all this other shit.
Yep.
You watch.
It's gonna be awful.
If you buy the common pack, you have a chance of getting this common Sturm Brightblade corpse, complete with Lance through his plate mail. But if you pay the $19.95, you get a actual Sturm figure, which is coded to be actually used and utilized on the map as a figurine, which you can choose.
Well, then you'll just see it like tied into like Hasbro Pulse, where if you order the mini if you order the digital mini, if you pay extra, you can get the physical one shipped to you.
I do kind of regret not getting it on that.
$20.
I do regret not getting it on the Hero Quest thing when I had a chance, and I wish I'd known about it, because I would have jumped on that for Pulse.
I wish I would have had about an extra $1,000 I could have offered Shadzar for his copy of it, because he had a real bad experience happen to him, to where like he became homeless, and so he gave away like everything he had to a garbage dumpster, and I was like, I wish I had the space, the volume, and the money to just like buy that from you, and you could have like a month in a hotel or something with your family before you become homeless, you know. But I would at least offer you a fungible ability for you to be able to eat and clothe yourself and wash your laundry and such. And I felt kind of bad, but it's like at the time I was still getting over COVID. Sorry.
We're broke too. How's he doing anyway?
I've not heard from him. There's a character that's on one of my Discords that occasionally will like give me an update, but not well is the main thing. He was right. He's predicted his demise, and I think that's probably going to happen. And I hate to say that.
I hate that.
Yeah, I mean,
he was a good guy. He was abrasive, but he was usually right.
That's the biggest problem, is that his abrasiveness killed a lot of potential friendships, and it really probably not just was his online persona. I'm pretty certain he was like that in real life too, which probably negated his ability to be employed at some locations that would have allowed him to provide a place for himself and his parents.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Make it look dope. That's the first thing. Number 2 is take care of the lazy DM, because we're all lazy DMs.
We are not all lazy dungeon masters, you faggot. Listen. You know what this book is? Anybody here have a clue about this book?
Mm-hmm.
This book will put hair on your ass.
I've seen that book.
Yeah.
That's not
I don't own it.
This is the advanced bestiary. It has over 100 templates you can stack on the monsters. It is an exponential.
I've got the old one on that.
It is a monster multiplier.
Yeah.
What that is. And you can do so fucking much.
No, what's funny, people? I was literally streaming myself before this, and my guests were like making fun of me for like talking about D&D 1 so much like the last week. It's like, oh, I bet you're glad about being done with that, Vic. And I'm like just here like talking about D&D 1 again. Like
it's the topic that doesn't go away.
Yeah,
we're just gonna be we're gonna have this for a year. For years, actually,
until release anyway.
And then we get to bitch about the stuff actually in the books.
I
don't even think it's going to be problems that are in the books. I think it's going to be problems with what they replace after they put the books out. And then 6 months to a year after, they start updating things without your consent. And they start forcing aspects of the game that you don't want in the game in the game. And then if you have a tab to where you can alter or customize the game for your players at your table, that tab belongs to them because you're using their API and their software, and you're changing the game to fit you, but you've already signed the EULA saying, yeah, you guys can have any ideas I have that I use whenever I alter this program for my own table. And therefore, they're going to look at that, and there's going to be people like, I bet you we can market this. Or this guy's using these old rules from Rule Cyclopedia or first edition TSR AD&D or first edition WotC D&D. And we're going to just bastardize it, throw our name and brand on it, and sell it as a DLC for $15. And he's going to get the ability to use the program because he paid his $199 for the year.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to sound like an angry fuck, but god damn it, this shit pisses me off.
Oh,
well, it's like if
You're
I
right.
use their virtual tabletop, can I be banned if I like make orcs evil in my game? Can some
Exactly.
player like complain and like report me to the moderators and like, oh well, we just investigated and we just listened back to your your GMing, and you said that this orc tribe, well, they were evil and they fucking raped women and they did all sorts of stuff. Well, you're banned from fucking D&D Beyond now.
Yep, and we're taking all your books now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You paid the $900 for that legendary? Nope, sorry.
I could see them canceling DMs left and right once this is out. Once they've pissed off 3/4 of the friendly local game store base that used to sell Magic the Gathering and Pokemon, and they're finding an alternate way to provide rent for their mini mall location. I can see people just getting completely out of Wizards of the Coast. Just done. You have angry Amazon X subscribers out there right now because the second era of the Lord of the Rings is being quote unquote detailed by Amazon, and it's a not faithful version of LOTR, which we all know about.
Mhm.
You have people that won't ever buy another product off Amazon ever again. You have people with a resolve never to let their kids order off of Prime, not to let their kids watch something like The Boys or something. No, it's not in the house. Honey, get rid of the Alexa. We're done with this shit. And I love that because you're going to see that same level of resolve turn its angry gaze on WotC. And I can't wait for this to start.
Well, all the people that they're trying to market to are already turning on them pretty hard, along with all the others who are just sick of all this.
Yeah. Hey, Cigar DM.
I run 5e twice a week, so I actually like 5e well enough if the players are on point and they're not fucking annoying. But I have no interest in any of this shit. I actually have no interest in anything post maybe 2017, 2018-ish. When it comes to
it was Tasha's.
Yeah, Tasha's was the final straw. Tasha was awful.
Everything after that's been pretty bad too.
It's the only reason I use that book is for the new class in it.
Yeah, I just call myself a 5e Gwoknot now.
Well, yeah, it's possible.
Yeah. And I think that's what 1D&D is actually doing. There's I've seen people going yeah, this sucks. I'm just sticking with the original rules. And then people trying to cancel them over that just for saying that. So I think 5e Gwoknot is actually going to be a genuine thing in the next couple of years.
Yeah, they might actually go back to the old school grognards and finally tell us you guys were right.
Yeah.
That would be joyous if they actually do that. I don't see it happening across the board, but I could see a lot of people. I mean, Jeannie D came out 3 weeks ago with I understand why min-maxing is bad. She got it.
Wow, it took her this long after all her shilling for D&D 5th?
Well,
wait, she actually was that a video?
Yeah, she has a video out there talking about min-maxing is bad for your table.
We do it all the time, but
yeah, there's a certain level of acceptance that's fine for it, but then when you go way over and above and you turn it into Pathfinder Society issues like that, I don't know if you ever saw a Pathfinder Society gameplay, but
I played it.
The amount of absolute mathematical dickery that was going on the tables was there was more buggery at a PFS event than there would be in San Francisco's Tenderloin.
Oh man, it was actually pretty telling that in the Pathfinder Society stuff is how they wouldn't approve you to play so much stuff because they knew it was game breaking or it hadn't been tested.
Yeah. Okay, back to this guy here that I can't stand.
Oh right, we were watching this.
Being able to access all of the tools that you need in order to get the adventure started. So we use the camera technique called tilt shift.
Tilt shift.
Makes things look small. We want to make sure that the experience for you is that you're experiencing a miniature set.
The tilt shift camera was really chosen so that people understood that this wasn't a...
We borrowed the XCOM engine and we've tried to wrap it around the 5e gameplay experience, which we still are working on Spelljammer's ship-to-ship combat as a later DLC. Anybody have any commentary on this?
Oh, God, the tilt shifting.
You guys got
Tilt shift.
Yeah, it's just we're gonna allow you with technical jargon, this and aircraft grade aluminum.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, Connell. You guys had your stream earlier today. Not that I'm excluding you. We talked about this last week, my friend. Back to this guy, John Goodman, low tier John Goodman.
Yeah.
But it is a digital experience. We want to give people more minis, more options for character customization. You can actually change the features, do what you want with it, and you're going to use this miniature approach
for a small fee,
just like you do in physical tabletop, to have your character live.
Okay, I'm just saying, if you would save your money and not get involved with one D&D, you could have money for all this shit that's on my desk here.
Mm-hmm. And have more fun painting it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an actual joy to this. Unlike clicking on buttons and not getting any real fucking satisfaction out of it all. And
here's what I predict. At some point, Wizards of the Coast is going to set their sights on Hero Forge.
Oh God.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen then.
Mm-hmm.
The eye of Saruman has been seen. In this case, the eye of Witsy.
Yep, they'll take a look over at that and say, that's a nice character creation engine that makes STLs and things and miniatures.
We must have the precious.
Sure would be a shame if we bought your company and then integrated it into our D&D 1 experience.
I mean, to be fair, if Wizards of the Coast ever looks at my stuff, it's like, hey, your modern 5e rules are pretty cool. How about $1 million and we'll buy it from you? Like, okay, here have everything, have all my fucking notes.
Let's be honest. They look at it and say, yeah, we're just gonna steal this, and why don't you try and sue us?
Yeah, because you're using the OGL.
I was about to say they're gonna take all your notes. You're not gonna have anything left when you ask for your copies back. They're saying, "Oh, this has been monetized by us. This is ours. You got to pay for it."
Yeah, I mean, this probably true. I am publishing my stuff under the OGL and the SRD, so they can probably just take it.
I don't know that they could just take it, but since you can't copyright rules, they can definitely steal them.
I could see that. I could see them making something and you'd be like, this looks really familiar. This looks really identical. This is the exact same thing
Yeah, but with worse art.
I game every week with Raven CS McCracken, who made World of Cinnabar.
Yeah.
And every single week that we are coming across something in the Wicked Ones games, he's like, hey, I came up with that idea. We had this in Cinnabar, 25 years ago when I first made the system and all that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
Every week he finds something that someone stole from him on this stuff.
That sounds like a blast though, gaming with him.
He's a laugh riot, dude. He's great.
I'm transported there, but I'm not limited by the digital technology. We might give you...
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, they're quite limited by it. They've got to have the API be able to update and be able to synchronize with everything else going on. And then, heaven forbid, that your Asus laptop that you're using at a game store, heaven forbid that you're not able to actually plug it in and keep it charged while you're using it. Otherwise, your 4-hour game session goes down to 1-hour game session, which is about right because since you're no longer rolling die and just watching the characters animate across the screen and then, everything else automate itself, your game, if you don't account for player bullshitting, will only be about 15 minutes.
Well, they'll cross that bridge when they have that problem.
Well, that's the thing.
When people discover that that's going to be a problem, which won't be until after they release it and spend a ton of money and go, oh, this was a bunch of crap.
Well, that's the thing. It's going to create a bunch of GMs who are completely reliant on all this bullshit in order to be able to game because they won't know how to do anything without it. They won't have the experience.
It's going to be like the people who don't know how to read an analog clock anymore because they only understand digital.
Yeah.
Or the ones who can't write cursive.
Oh my
Exactly.
God, all my arguments against fucking Zoomers are coming to light now. Bruce, don't talk about automatic versus manual shift cars.
Oh, go on.
Okay. We're almost done with this miserable fucking peek into the future. It's just a fucking Equilibrium style movie.
As an exciting castle or keep with a dungeon inside of it, exciting NPCs. But then you're going to be able
No, they're not exciting NPCs. The dungeon master has to take each individual NPC or the group of them and give them personality.
Yeah.
And so far what you're showing me is that you're not giving any of these people a fucking any sort of refresher. You're not giving them a page of words to discover in a dictionary because public education sucks nowadays. And the individuals that are looking at this have an average of 12,000 words in their vocabulary. When I was growing up, the average was 18,000. Nowadays, thanks to NetSpeak and how everything is now automated, it's dropped down about a third of what it used to be.
Yep.
Anyone else?
Oh, I'm waiting for him to finish his sentence before I go nuts.
Okay. I'll shut up whenever. And if you guys want to scream, just let me know to shut up.
Ah!
Oh, I've been sitting here kind of.
And build your own. We're going to have a really robust tool for you to be able to create your own.
My robust tool.
Go ahead.
No, I was just making.
He was doing a Schwarzenegger joke.
Yeah.
Touch
my robust tool.
I have the robust tools.
Starting in August is a steady release of these playtest packages where you'll be able to engage with key aspects.
Okay, here we go. So he's already said it. I didn't catch it when he was saying it, but okay. All those sets, all those really cool looking sets and things like that you'll be able to incorporate into your game and build your own homebrew stuff. Yeah. All of that stuff, as soon as you publish it up to in order to use it in your game, will become their property.
Yep.
So anything you make using their shit becomes their property, their IP. They will sell it on Judges Guild under your ass, and you will not own any of it, and you will not have any rights to it or any funding from it. Nothing. It will belong to them. In fact, you know what I kind of see this as? This is a free content creation engine for them, because guys who are building all their stuff using this will, put their game up on a space to where they can access it in order to run their own game. Yep. And they will take that and they will say, okay, up this week we have this adventure, and this is new this week, and this adventure, and this adventure, and this adventure. And as long as people are creating new shit using this engine, they will have an unlimited supply of adventures to choose and pick from.
It's gonna be like when Blizzard did the re-release of Warcraft 3. Where when Warcraft 3 came out originally, like, people went and made
player-made maps.
Player-made maps. They wanted making the MOBA genre. That's where League of Legends became a thing because of that. And when they did the re-release of Warcraft 3, they put in new rules to say that they own anything you make.
Mr. Max Boyvin has said it. Yes, get free content from your customers, sell it for profit to your other customers.
And that was something that back in 1998, StarCraft had a creation kit to it as well, if you guys remember. Mm-hmm. But it was already in the rules for StarCraft. Anything you made, be it new content or just a brand new map, you could not get paid for it. But they would send you a thank you letter, and that would be it. And then around 1999, there was a expansion pack that was unofficial called Insurrection. And I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but the people that made this sold a unofficial StarCraft expansion pack, which offered no new asset, no new tiles, just new voice acting and new maps, and that was it. And so you would install it. It was about 200 or 300 megabytes, and the game would start. And it was a very lackluster expansion pack. This is back in the days when you could get expansion packs for anything, and they would damn near sell you the patch for the game at the store if you were willing to buy it because you were unwilling to connect your computer to the internet. Mm-hmm. Well, this expansion pack pissed off Blizzard because they built this but never uploaded anything to Battle.net. They just took it straight to the CD presser and sold it at GameStop and all the other places. And people bought it thinking it was like a brand new official expansion pack, which it was not. And therefore, that was how Blizzard sold the shit or sued the shit out of this company that made the expansion pack, the unofficial expansion pack, Insurrection.
Yeah.
So they learned their lesson. Warcraft 3 came out, the MOBA generation came out, and then they had the re-release for Warcraft 3, which said, if you make anything new, it's ours.
That kind of reminds me of when Diablo came out with that the Hellfire expansion.
Miserable expansion.
It was a miserable expansion. It kind of sucked, but hey, you got a new class out of it, and now they're including it for free when you buy it on GOG. So,
okay.
Then we will digest, process, interpret, analyze, and then act upon.
Really, it's you shaping the next generation of Dungeons and Dragons.
He had a bunch of adjectives talking about how they were trying to orient themselves. That's just a extrapolated and overblown definition for the OODA loop. Thank John Bird, the tactician for the United States military. The OODA loop is it's a phrase he coined because they called him 42nd Kill at the Air Force Academy. There were people that would go into dogfights with him at the school, and within 40 seconds, from a position of disadvantage, he would observe, orient, decide, and act. It's called an OODA loop. And people were just flummoxed by his ability to completely overcome dogfight situations. He couldn't be beat. The guy was just natural at it. So he didn't really go out in the field. He just went up the ranks and stayed at DC for the most part. But John Bird was one of the best tacticians we ever had. And unfortunately, this video just kind of shat on his entire theory of how you will process things as a game master and decide how your game operates from there. Anybody else?
Jeez.
All right.
I'm agreeing with everything.
We want to hear exactly what you have to say.
We want to steal all your shit.
Yes.
Oh, it's all Onion Head.
Yellow nothing. Yeah, it's Mr. Onion.
Packet and get ready to let us know where you'd like this next leg of the adventure to go.
How about right in the dumpster?
Garbage.
Yeah.
Garbage can.
How about you go away?
Yes.
I said your addition should be hauled away as garbage.
I mean, it's kind of funny because I made a druid class for my modern thing that uses garbage, but yeah.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to wrap this stream up because I said a while back that I was going to leave, and now it's like
5 hours in.
Yeah, five hours later, and want to thank everybody for stopping in. I figured we would have a dissertation because I haven't talked with you four as of late, and I apologize. Victor, I just saw you like 2 weeks ago for the first time over at Max's channel. It's a joy to have you in panel wherever you're at.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
I'm sorry that I didn't do it personally, but I'm glad the link got out to you.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, what is the new product that you're getting ready to start working on to the approach to the shelf? What is something that your customers could be excited about?
Right now, the first thing that's probably going to be on the shelf is the Modern Adventurer's Guide to Guns and Gear, which as much as we've been shitting on 5e, it's actually 5e.
Okay.
It's basically my version of 5e Modern. It's like kind of like a homage to D20 Modern.
Oh, nice.
It's an editing right now. I'm hoping to have the Kickstarter up in the next couple months. So yeah, that's like, the first thing I'll probably have out anytime soon. I also have some ideas for like an OSR thing. I want to do an OSR game called Rivets and Rockets, which is like 1950s, 60s, like space opera, like Flash
Forbidden
Gordon
Planet?
mixed with Forbidden Planet, Flash Gordon mixed with like Iron Sky. So keep an eye out on that too, and that's about it really.
Man, that sounds great. Now, do you have a regular stream that you do every week, or do you have a podcast that you do?
Yeah, I stream on Sundays. I actually literally ended my stream like 2 minutes before I jumped on here. It's called the Dutch Oven. You can catch that on Sundays, and then on Mondays I'm the co-host on the Basic Expert show called Natural Ones.
Excellent. Now, do you have can you get into the private chat and post your link there so I can put it in the comments here?
Sure. Let me dig that up real quick.
If you could do that because I want to help you broadcast further and get more attention from these guys. And if you've got a great product, everybody's going to be talking about it. The people that pick it up are going to look at the ones that are buying all the mainstream shit. Why are you buying that mainstream big corporate game bullshit? There are independent contractors that would love to have 10 or 20 bucks extra, and they write material.
Hopefully that link works.
Awesome. Let me try it real quick. Bingo. It does. All right. For those of you that want to know more about what Victor's talking about, Victor, it sounds like he's doing a amazing little project, which goes back to 2002, 2003, but it will be using the 5e basics, the Player's Handbook, the Dungeon Master's Guide, correct?
Yeah, it's basically you just grab your core rule books for 5e, you grab mine, and you can just do like a modern fantasy type game, like you know that Will Smith movie, like Bright, where it's like modern orcs and stuff. You can just easily do stuff like that. That's basically the idea behind my my product.
Mr. Max Boyven wants to know, is Victor Dutch?
Yes, I am. I'm very Dutch.
Fantastic. Okay. Tabletop Junkie.
Sir.
No, it's Bruce.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hey, Tabletop, I gotta ask, are you a panelist on streams, or do you have your own channel that you show for?
I'm a panelist on some other streams. I've been on T-Shirt Historians a couple times. I've been on Ironcaster streams a few times. I've also been over at 540 with Jace and Chris, and then I do my own streams. I try to do them weekly. Right now, I was just in the middle of a move. I'm still not done with the move completely, but I ended up getting my own place with my own, where I was able to build my own little studio downstairs. So now I'm able to do more streaming. And then I just recently had a career change, so I'm settling in with a brand new job. So I'm trying to be more, so to answer your question, I'm trying to be more consistent, but, you know, like I said, I've just been in the middle of the move. So yes, I do have my own streams as well, and I do tabletop reviews as well as actual plays.
All right. Well, we got this character in our chat, everybody, named Tabletop Junkie. I've seen him around a little bit with Jace and the guys. Mm-hmm. Didn't you also stream once or twice with Fat Steven Seagal?
I don't remember if I ever have. I don't think so.
Familiar. Oh, it's hard to forget Fat Steven.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. He's been on. I haven't streamed with him personally on his streams, no, but he's been on other people's streams with me. Yes.
Which reminds me, also, I'm on T-Shirt Historian Awesome stream on Saturdays.
Usually, yeah, you basically got like half of T-Shirt's co-chairs.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, which I somehow managed to sneak my way in there. I have no idea how. I don't even remember how I did it. But
you kept showing up.
Yeah, I mean that's all that's needed apparently.
It's that Dutch charm.
Yeah, that's it. That's how I do it with all the streams. People just invite me, and I'm like, I have no idea why.
I needed more of a Euro presence. So.
Yeah.
We really appreciate that. Anybody that's ever been an American, that when they take a trip to England, they suddenly will understand like 30% of Dungeons and Dragons that always passed them by before.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain it, but when you get to England or you get to Germany and you start walking around, seeing everything, all of a sudden, all those things that were in your head that never made sense before, you're able to breathe like 200% more life into your game. It's really weird. Ironcaster, could you put your link in the chat, please? Because I've got an Ironcaster that showed up on my search. It's a bearded man with a black bandana with 368 subscribers. I don't know if that's you or not.
That would be me.
That sounds like him.
Sometimes I talk about big robots.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Ironcaster, who, and then Travis Jane 1975 says, England sucks. They're making
The
it.
problem is that
good
that
size
doesn't exactly narrow down where he's from.
True. You just understand it a little bit better whenever you see things like that. And I subscribe to Ironcaster just now. I put Ironcaster's link in the chat there for you guys to be able to subscribe to him. And Ironcaster, what panels or where can people find you throughout the week?
Oh boy, that's a list. I've been trying to start doing a Monday stream, just something I've been calling the positivist stream to kind of talk about some things I like, kind of like what you're doing with the movie streams.
Okay.
On Tuesdays, I'm over on with Pops and Stone Loki, doing some movie reviews.
That's awesome.
And this week we're doing. Let's see. This week we are doing. That Michael Keaton movie where he's the gangster.
The Year of Living Dangerously.
Johnny
Dangerously.
Yeah, that's it.
That's a great movie, and
It's hilarious.
I love the Italian in that movie because he can't pronounce a single thing right.
You cork sucker.
You farganice hole.
That was how they avoided all the censors on the broadcast premiere of it. I love that.
You shouldn't put me on a hanger. My mother put me on a hanger once.
It's the 88 Magnum. It shoots through schools.
Oh, and then Friday I'll be on with Nick Weiser doing some comic streams.
Nick Weiser's just fucking great. I love that guy.
Yeah. I love that guy too.
And then Saturday is your with the t-shirt historian.
Yeah.
Yep.
I need to just like make a graphic I can put up of like every channel I'm on and what day, my schedule.
Yeah.
I could probably just put that into OBS and show that on screen.
T-shirt historian, you have a Saturday stream that is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I try to watch it in the replay, and I apologize. I need more and more time. It seems like.
Yeah, I'm only sorry that you can't be on there with us because I know you're running your game on Saturdays at the same time. So you're forgiven, but my show is at 4 p.m. on Saturdays, and yeah, I've got these two guys. I've got Victor and Ironcaster, and sometimes Tabletop Junkie, and I've got Grim, who if people haven't met Grim yet, they really need to because he is a font of wisdom that needs to be experienced.
Yep.
He has a different perspective, and when I first met him, I didn't like him. I'm like, what the hell is Rob Zombie knockoff doing? and I was kind of butthurt because I'm like, wait, we got to listen to this Euro trash. I was just like, whatever you said, I don't like it. And the more I listen to him, it's like, okay, I don't agree with you, but I can at least respect your opinion on a lot of things. And the only time I really don't like Grim is whenever he gets on the same stream as the RPG Pundit, which fucking hurts me because those two guys used to do so much good together, and now they can't.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, I mean, I've talked to both of them. I've had both of them up on my streams, and they're actually, they still get along. They're still friends and all. It's just, yeah, Grim is just not having any of pundits, COVID
opinions on certain subjects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Grim had me blocked on Twitter for about a year while I was in streams with him, where we're being all friendly and laughing at each other's jokes. So,
That's true. Yeah, I had to tell him to take you off a block so that I could get you into my stream.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Well, today being a Sunday, I'll be doing this stream again next week as well, starting at 14:45 for those of you with a DD214 in Central Standard Time Zone. For those of you not, it's 2:45 for Chicago time people, and figure that out for wherever you may be. But I will be doing this again. I've got the next 3 weeks. I'll be doing this because my coworker Makini is on he's on sabbatical while he figures out the monetization plan he has, and I'd like to see him make good money because he does really good products. But that's not for real discussion here. If you know who Makini Draws is, you understand exactly why I say that. I want him to fucking win. He's such a good artist. And any one of you guys that's doing print materials, if you let me get his channel up here because I think I'm going to start pimping him out to my D&D friends, and I want him to have the ability to do lots of commission work because the guy is just talented beyond belief.
Well, he's been on your streams, right, T-shirt?
Yeah, he's a regular panelist on my streams on Saturdays.
I haven't been able to stream with him yet, and I want to, but
yeah, he's been busy here lately.
The guy is, as we say, in high demand.
Yeah,
he is, and I would much rather. I mean, I want him to be popular, yes, but I'd rather him be rich than be popular.
Like what's that guy that just did the comics Kickstarter that made like millions?
Oh, Eric July.
Eric July. Yeah, we need to get into that level.
Yeah, I think Makini actually could exceed Eric July's artistic ability. I think July is a great writer.
Yeah,
and I think his art's good, but I think Makini blows his doors off. But he's not as well known yet. Give him another few years, his star is going to hit stratosphere very quickly. Anybody that wants to know about who I'm talking about, follow that link. He's got a merch store and a way to contact him. If you need to do artwork for your custom RPGs, he will throw time at the projects. I think you'd be better for it.
Yep.
All right. Anybody have anything they want to say before we close the stream out?
Happy Sunday. Make the most of the week.
Quellish.
Yeah. Play as many tabletop games as possible.
Yep. I hope everyone has a good week. And I saw the Cigar DM was in the chat. I'm looking forward to doing the 13th Warrior review with him.
Ooh.
And with Shadows and Son.
Oh yeah, I need to hang out with Shadow and Son because he's cool too.
Yeah, they invited me to do a review of the 13th Warrior sometime soon. So I think that'll
Is it
be
because
awesome.
you're Dutch?
Well, I was on Max Legion of Mist stream, and I think I mentioned it, and they were like, "Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Let's fucking ask him to do this."
For those of you that want to know who Shadow and Son is, that is a link to get you many video streams. Him and his son do a lot of crafting, a lot of painting, they do a lot of stuff together. It's pretty badass. They've got over 380 videos that's out there. The cigar, there we go. We get you the Cigar DM's website for his YouTube channel. This guy's relatively new to the YouTube game, and I'd like to see him get into the actual paid side of it because he's one of the few people I know that gets paid to run D&D. I know that sounds weird, but he actually gets paid to be a DM.
I wish I could.
You know, that would be an interesting video to do, to have someone sit down and talk about about being a paid DM and what it's like to be in that position.
Should we get Grim? Grim's definitely in that position. So
yeah, Grim and him are the only two I know of. I know Andy pretty well, but Grim gets paid to run D&D as well.
Yep.
Mr. McQuaid, I empathize for you, sir. I wish we had one too. All right, everybody. Go ahead, T-shirt.
Oh, I was going to say, as a matter of fact, I happen to know that this week and next week on Grim's game, he's running Cyberpunk, and it will be a scenario that was envisioned and created partially by myself. Oh,
nice. Oh, actually, I have something to announce. The Basic Expert, who some of you know and love, he's planning to run a Adventures in Middle-earth Let's Play. So it's gonna be me and like a bunch of other people. bumbling our way through like Middle Earth to Mirkwood, and it's actually gonna be streamed on YouTube. So keep an eye on that, I guess.
Oh, I didn't get invited to that, but I want to see it.
I mean, you're more than welcome. I'm sure if you message John, the basic expert, and you're like, I wanna be on that, you're more than welcome to join.
Yeah, I might. I've already got 5 or 4 games a week, so it's kind of like, yeah.
This is probably gonna only be like maybe like a once a month thing, and then it gets heavily edited to take out all the awkward stuff.
Everybody, thank you for showing in tonight. James, I was like, wait, you mean Grim has a channel? And I did not know.
Yeah, Grim has a channel, and his stream where he streams his games is on ManyVids or what's that other channel?
Clickhole?
No. I want to say it's XPlay, but that's not what it is. I'm gonna have to find it.
Hold on. Here's your channel that you need there, James L. James Grim Desborough.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everybody, one and all, for showing up today as either chat member or as a panelist. I do want to thank everybody for just this impromptu bit. We will be here again next week to talk about more things that are going on within the realm of tabletop gaming. If you missed the first hour and a half, there was a wonderful appearance from our friend Joe out of Biggus Geekus talking about the various things that have gone on with the Big Geek Emporium. And if you want to know, they're adding more authors to that as the days go on. He actually received a few emails today while we were discussing things. So I'm really excited about it. They almost have 75 products on that website right now. And if you want to support independent developers, that'd be the place to go. They actually get more money than what they would off of Drive-Thru RPG. I'll show my face. All right, gents and ladies, my name is Bruce. Thank you for showing up for today's game today's discussion, and we will see you again next week. Thank you and good night.
Bye-bye.
Later.